jump us over here and let's get started. All right, how are you doing? Hey, what's up? Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. This is your host, Vice Capitan, and hopefully you're doing fine, because I'm doing good too. It's funny, actually, about this book that we're going to be going over. So I've sort of told the story about how I got into D&D when we were mostly like going through our 5e stuff. And it's funny because, yeah, a lot of the stuff that I learned about D&D was during the pandemic and all that stuff, but it was really funny because a lot of people learned D&D playing, 5th edition. I learned playing 3.5 because the group of guys that I was, playing games with, they just happened to be playing 3.5. And yeah, that's kind of how I sort of got into it. So this is a little bit more around my stomping ground, I guess, because this book is old, and we're going to talk about why it's old, a lot of the background on it, and it's kind of an interesting case. But first off, going to say, hey, how you doing? Hopefully you're doing fine. And yeah, schedule-wise, tonight we're going to be continuing to go over, we're going to start taking a look at some of the Warcraft 3.5, and I got to tell you, there are a lot of books, and just to be upfront with you, okay? And we're not going to go through all of it. We're gonna browse around a little bit, you could say, because we've got, well, how do I say this? We've got the main book that talks about it. Also, what's up, Leaf? How you doing? We've got the main book, which is the World of Warcraft role-playing game for 3.5. We have the Alliance, the Horde book. So we have two complete books for both the major factions of the franchise. Then we have other franchise monsters, so like there's a third book for any faction that doesn't fall between the Alliance or the Horde. Then we have Light and Shadow, which talks about like the light and dark and all that stuff and entities outside of the regular planes. And then there's like a bunch of monster manuals and web stuff. Like, you could tell this is old when there was like extra content that was just published on a website, like officially, and you can't download it anymore. So people had to like archive it and stuff. So look, there's a lot of stuff, and we'll get to talking about that, but don't you worry. Let me just finish reading off our schedule here. So yeah, that's the plan for tonight. We're going to be taking a look at some of this. Then tomorrow, we're going to be doing some more Kingmaker. And on Thursday, maybe, just maybe, Kai Alba and I are going to be able to finish up Persona 2. So, on that note, I think we should probably get started then, huh? We got quite a bit of stuff to take a look at. This may or may not be kind of funny, but, it is still cool. There's a couple of different... Okay, so the only thing I'm kind of confused about is, which book do we start with? Because there's the World of Warcraft, the role-playing game, which is like the general purpose book, but then there's also... Oh, okay, I see, okay. So there's the World of Warcraft, the role-playing game, which is the general purpose book for playing the game. Then we have World of Warcraft Dungeons and Dragons, the role-playing game, a campaign setting revised. Okay, so this is like a version, or, well, they're both the same. Okay. They're both used for general purpose play, but one's more of a campaign setting, and then the other one is explaining changes from base 3.5. So we're gonna do a little bit of that first. Let's take a look at, well, their version of the PHP, which is, I'm gonna be real with you, it's basically it's basically 3.5 PHP or 3.0, because this is interesting. So this book was written like kind of in an in-between period before like it was 3.0 to 3.5, and they're compatible, so we can talk about that. You don't feel like writing anything today, you just want to bum around and play some modded Fire Emblem? You know what? Look, it's like halfway through the month, Leaf. I think you can take a little bit of time to take a break and relax. Look, you can always catch up on writing, right? And besides, maybe it'll help give you some new ideas. All right, so let me jump us over to our good old book reading page, and let's get started taking a look at some of these. Okie dokie. We are good. So why is my mic like always super loud? I've had to like adjust it a couple of times. So hey, if I'm too loud, you let me know. So welcome aboard. You know what? Hold on, let me get some appropriate music for this. Let's pull up the good old WoW playlist. Oh yeah. now we're appropriate. Okay, so little interesting thing about this. So again, this book it's kind of old, and we're going to talk about it when we look through like the copyright and stuff. But there you go, bam! World of Warcraft, the role-playing game from Sword and Sorcery. I think this is again one of those third-party books. So here's kind of the thing that I noticed. So after we talked a lot about like 5th edition, I was curious, and I started taking a look around, and I was like, how many, third-party books are there? Because I know for like 3.5, there's a lot of different books that you can pull sources from. There's usually like hundreds and hundreds of books. There's Dragon magazine stuff. Look, all I'm saying is, if you were going to make a character in 3.5, your options are wide open. Now, in 5th edition, they did streamline a lot of these things, so a lot of it's, more focused, which is good. I do like this, I really like how subclasses work, but it's interesting because I was curious. I was like, so how come there's not that many official books? Like, I think there's Tasha's Cauldron and maybe like a handful of books, but there's a lot of like boatloads of official 3.5 and 3.0 or 3.5 and 3.0 content. And then on top of that, we have tons of third-party stuff. I know there's a lot of third-party books out there for 5th edition, and it's kind of interesting because there's just not a lot of official. And oddly enough, this is loosely official because it's got the blessing. It's got the OKs. So yeah, here we are. I guess we're going to be taking a crack at it. Now, little other thing to note. When was this book made? I think let's go down here. Yep, the credits. Yep, let's see. Oh man, this is special thanks. Yep. To Chris Metzen and Bob Finch, thank you for giving us such a rich world in which to play and give us a chance to bring your visions to the RPG. You guys are the best. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Well, I know Chris Metzen works at the company now. A lot of these people don't, unfortunately. Oh, man. Oh, my God, the D20 system. Oh, boy, I love the D20 SRG. Oh, yeah, you could tell. Okay, so this was written 2005, copyrighted. So it's probably around that type of era of Warcraft. It's like a classic setting. So at least that's one thing you could note. It is a classic setting, obviously. So you don't need to worry about any nuances of literal 20 years of game and history. So you can kind of, dude, oh, yeah. Dude, the stories that I've seen about like people talking about the layoffs at Blizzard is like crazy, dude. It's bad. Oh, man. So what do we have here? I'm kind of curious because now I know a lot about 3.5 and I'm going to kind of have to sort of loosely explain stuff as we keep on going. Because again, this book is old. This is for Dungeons and Dragons 3.0, 3.5, which I'm going to be honest, don't play 3.0, just play 3.5 because all the content in 3.0 is compatible. So, do it like that, IMO. You can be a little bit smarter with that. Also, let me lower this just a smidge. Okay, so table of contents, we have our heroes, which are basically the different races that are available, abilities, all the classes. Interesting. Okay, that's kind of interesting how they did this. Okay, so warrior is still barbarian. Oh wait, no, warrior is separate from barbarian. That's interesting. Scout, don't know what that is. Tinker, sure. I wonder if that's just a reflavored artificer. Let's see, what else do we have here? Healer. Blech, blech, awful. Okay, if you okay, we'll talk about healer when we get there. Okay, all I'm going to tell you is healer is one of the worst, if not the worst class in 3.5, and if you're playing one, it's probably for roleplay, or it's an NPC, or maybe you just want to play as a character who just sucks. I don't know. Look, if you want to role play someone who's like a holy healer or a cleric, just play a cleric, bro, or play a paladin. Like you could play tons of other options. I wouldn't recommend a healer. Arcanist, which is interesting because it's broken out between mage, necromancer, and warlock. Necromancer's interesting because usually that is, if we're going by Warcraft logic, not something you typically can play as. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to be. But if it's based off of like a 3.5 necromancer, well, all I can say is warlock's on a run for the money. So Let's take a look and see. Also, interesting enough, for the races we have Dwarf, Ironforged Dwarf specifically. So I wonder if they're going to be, yeah, okay, I see Elf, High Elf, Night Elf. Okay, so there are some variants. I wonder if there's going to be additional ones, which I know there are some, because there's both an Alliance and Horde book, which we can take a look at a little later. Like, we'll just pop around, because there's going to be a lot of stuff. But I am kind of curious to see what the major difference is. Oh, no shot? Wait, hold up. I just read this. The prestige classes. Archmage of the Kirin Tor. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Let's see. Assassin, Beastmaster, Berserker. Okay, so these are more like traditional things, like Duelist, Elven Ranger, Fellsworn, Gladiator, Infiltrator, Mounted Warrior. Damn. Imagine playing Cavalier as your prestige class. That's horrible. I could just do that for free in Pathfinder. Why would I even do that as a prestige class? Let's see. Yep. Technological devices. Okay, that's going to be kind of interesting because Warcraft's like high fantasy, but it also has some tech with like how goblins and gnomes act in the setting. So that's interesting. And different magic, which, okay, I am curious because I'm pretty sure this uses mostly all of the old spells from 3.5, but I'm pretty sure they probably either changed some spells or just made new spells, period. So I guess we'll find out soon enough. What else? Yep, class-specific spells, campaigns. Okay, I do like this. This is kind of interesting. Warcraft campaigns, choosing sides, and community rules. These I'm kind of curious of because usually, I mean, like we saw in the SMT book, they usually include some sort of scenario or, you know, a one-shot or a campaign or something that you could run. But, well, we'll see how that goes. Choosing sides. I wonder if this is going to either involve, like, having your characters choose what side of a faction they want to be on or something. Community rules, assuming this is like house rules or other things. Appendix, legal information. Yep, that sounds about right. And then they have all the tables. That's a lot of tables. Okay, well, let's get started with the introduction here. Damn, what a time for the introduction to hit us. Okay. Let's see, general instruction. Yep. A little bit of background there. Yes, here torn people can make a true home. They stand against a centaur. Welcome to the world of Warcraft role-playing game. Let's see. You've clicked those units and completed those quests online. Now it's your chance to make Azeroth and the stories of its heroes and epic battles truly come alive with the official rulebook. Whoops. With the rules offered in this book, you can explore the world of Warcraft at your tabletop in sagas of your own making. World of Warcraft, the role-playing game, is on the one hand a revised second edition of the original Warcraft RPG. Interesting. Okay. With updated and fresh material as well. On the other hand, it's also a whole new game unto itself, for we have... Wow, we're getting topical with D&D here tonight. For we have produced it under the Open Games license in order to get all the necessary rules for players between two covers. Damn, they just straight up said, yo, we got the OGL backing us so we can get a D&D license? Hell yeah. Look, I'm going to be honest. Good call, because Warcraft was like literally built on D&D and Warhammer Fantasy, so I mean... Probably a good call to, like, you know, actually get the rulings for D&D, because, I mean, you know, if you're going to play at a tabletop with your friends, probably want to do it that way, man, huh? Okay, let's see what else we got here. Feel more comfortable in the Warcraft universe. Let's see. This introduction details what you will read in World of Warcraft, the TTRPG. Some basic, some new game concepts, how to create characters, and an overview of the world history. Now, it's funny that they talk about overview of the world's history and like the cosmology and all this, because I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. There is a tremendous amount of like lore and stuff. And it's funny because the second handbook that we've got here is also the campaign setting, and it goes into a lot more detail, where it even has like a full detailed history and timeline of like the whole world and the setting, and that's cool. I like that they included that, because, you know, that's kind of the fun part, because as a DM, you kind of need to know the setting you're working with. I mean, then again, if you're running this, you probably might know some of it already, just saying. But if you're not, I mean, hey, they give you like a whole novel's worth of information. You know, think about it also too. This book came out, what, 2005? So it's like, yeah, trying to look this stuff up online probably took way longer. Yep. Speaking of, why a second revised edition? Let's see, True World of Warcraft the RPG is coming out not all that long after the first edition, so why might you be asking we're doing this? An opportunity to update, improve, and evolve when conjectures with the release of World of Warcraft. No shot. Yeah, interesting. Oh wow, this is just so like open from the author here. It's like, yeah, so World of Warcraft just came out, because I think if we're going off of, let's see, 2005. Yeah, World of Warcraft had been out for like 1 year at this point. So they were like, let's update the book. We just put out the old one, and World of Warcraft came out. So now we actually have more content we can put into the book. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. They wanted to get more content in. I'm not going to argue with that. Let's see. All the facets of computer games in pen and paper version. End result is that the game will faithfully honor the core concepts presented in the original Warcraft RPG when it comes a bit closer to the version of Warcraft universe developed by Blizzard. So you will see important differences between the revised and original Warcraft games, and we wrestled mightily with each change that we incorporated. The bruises are still clearing up, trust us. We will therefore be offering a free PDF conversion document to help you make the transition to World of Warcraft, the RPG. Check out on swordandsorcery.com. I don't even know if this website still exists. Probably. Maybe. Hey, what's up, Hawkins? How you doing? Let's see. For this and other PDF downloads for World of for Warcraft. Oh, man. Okay, look. As funny as that is, I wasn't expecting the author to just come out and say it and just be like, yeah, you know, if you want an updated version of your book, go to our website. You could just download a slight adaptation. Oh, dude, you're testing out Season of Discovery? Nice. Oh, that's always the hard part for me, Hawkins. Whenever I like hop on an MMO, it's very difficult because either like I have to join a server where my friends are playing, or I feel like I need to like look up to see what's a server that has like a decent population. You know what I mean? It's a little bit tricky. It's rough. Okay. Well, what do we got here? What's in the book? Let's see. It gives you everything you need to know to get started to play an extended campaign in the world of Azeroth. Here's what you'll expect to find in the book. Okay. Let's see. Some friends you have on there told you about the situation. Apparently got empty because Blizzard made it. Oh, huh? What do you mean? What did they do? Let's see. An introduction. This part of the book explains the basic concept of the game, introducing new concepts, and it also offers an introductory discussion of Azeroth. I got tongue-tied. Whoops. It also offers an introductory history, taking the setting up to its current state after Frozen Throne. I see. I guess it's here, describing Azeroth's major continents and several of its significant regions, an overview of the settings, cosmology, details on different planes such as the Twisting Nether and the Emerald Dream. Interesting. Okay, so that's really, actually, okay, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. The setting of this book, to me, is actually really good because it's kind of like the ideal time to make a basic Warcraft campaign, because look, if you're just going right off the heels of like the history of the third game, yeah, this is kind of like the moment. It's a very good time to have like adventure parties and all that stuff. And, you know, if you wanted to make an adaptation of this using the same rules and maybe make it a campaign that takes place further down the line in the timeline, you totally can. But, you know, it's funny because at this point in time, when this book was written, this book, World of Warcraft, was 1 year old. Wow. It's always kind of funny when things like that happen. They were going to remove it, but backed out. So now it's a full server with only people on it are those who remain because everyone else is unable to join. Oh. I see. It's one of those situations. It's funny. I think something like that has happened to me before. Unlike an old server I used to play on where it's like I got locked out. I'm like, I can't even play on the server I'm on. Okay. So what else is included? Heroes. In this chapter, 1 through 7 include all the necessary things to create your character. They detail about the 6 ability scores. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. You got your strength, you got your con, you got your dex, your int, your wisdom, and your charisma. Well, it's renamed, but basically the same things as always. Let's see how they function. They describe the 9 races available for the player characters, including gnomes, jungle trolls, and undead forsaken races as core races. Interesting. It's interesting. Why do they just call them jungle trolls? I mean, no, technically it's accurate, but I'm surprised they wouldn't just say Zandalari. Or was it the Zandalari? I can't remember exactly, but you get the point. There are different types of trolls. That is true. There are a lot of different types of trolls. See, it used to be WoW heavy lore nerd up until Shadowlands. Look, it's okay. Me too. I really like a lot of the lore because it's just a fun read. I'm going to be honest with you. I do know, I think on like Spotify, they have like some of the books that you can listen to, or maybe it's Amazon or something. Because I know like they had a couple offers to read some of those books, or like you can listen to them. But I'll probably see if I can get a copy of those books at some point. That big troll. Yeah, what's up? How you doing, Clint? Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. You've got your equipment. Let's see. The section takes you through determining how much. Okay, so basically standard character creation stuff, basic 3.5 things. Playing the game, the important part that we're all here for. Let's see. What else? Wait, what the hell is this? Let's see. New injury and death rules adapted from Monty Cook's Unearthed Arcana. Wow. That's how old this is. You can tell because they're actually looking through and citing other Unearthed Arcanas. And I have a feeling I'm going to have to go digging up like other ancient fucking rules. That's going to be fun. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have here? Magics. Let's see. All you wanted to know about spellcasting, features of basic stuff. So probably different types. Let's see. Every race has a variant though. That is true, actually, yeah. Like, specifically, like, if you wanted to talk about, like, with humans, there was the Storm Guard, there was the Storm Wind, there was the Loderon humans. I think there was, like, one other human empire, but or the Irathi, there you go. No, I think I'm wrong on that. I can't remember. There's so many things. Okay. And then, lastly, obviously, the campaign. Finally, in this part, game masters are offered numerous tips and guidance on how to construct a campaign and run and maintain a Warcraft campaign. What is an appropriate atmosphere for the game? What types of things are suited for it? How differently do races interact and different affiliations? Yeah, basic stuff. Okay. What else do we got here? Oh, yeah. Yep, there it is. Okay, what do you need? Well, obviously you need the DMG, which is, well, what we're looking at, basically. Then let's see what else it recommends. The Monster Manual, which, it's funny. They know you're already a turbo nerd if you're reading this because, why would they tell you what a DMG is? Why would they tell you what a Monster Manual is? They just assume you're going to already know that. So, you know what? Touche. You got me. Let's see. You can also write and explore supplements. Yep. But wait, there's more. That is true. There is actually additional content that is just not in here. Like, there's so many additional content things. Like, to give you an example, I've got, like, a whole folder just full of all these different, like, Warcraft books and other things. And one of the things specifically that they mention is they have a section which is just online supplementary stuff. So, like, things like you would find in an Unearthed Arcana. But it's just, like, all listed out on a website. So it's, like... It's literally just a downloaded HTML page. So I've got that, but, go figure. But I do like that, a little foreshadowing to their other books. Let's see, you may find a previous Warcraft supplemental, but also look forward to future supplementary guides such as Land of Mystery, which I have, Alliance Player Guide, and the Horde Player Guide. Yep. There's a lot. There are a lot of things. Okay, this is just funny because this just sounds like a flex. Okay. The great boon of the OGL is that the role-playing game using the same core, but adapting rules and involving them, basically saying, yep, we're cool. We get to use 3.5 rules. Yep, that's basically what that means. It means we got the OGL. We're allowed to do that, and that's cool. And also, we would like to primarily thank Monty and Sue Cook for giving us permission to use open content to adapt some concepts from their Unearthed Arcana. Cool. Let's see. You heard that the faction of orcs that serve the Alliance, the faction of humans that serve the... can't tell if it was true. You were an orc lore nerd. Cool. Yeah. I don't remember if that was specifically the case. I do know that there were groups of orcs and humans that did team up and form like mercenary bands. I know like that obviously was a thing, which super cool. I mean, then again, you have characters like Broxigar and what else? It was Broxigar and I think Varian when he was still going under his fighter name, something like that. It's some things like that you can always keep an eye on. Ooh, loud music. Yeah, we can have it like that. That's fine. Okay. What else do we have here? Terminology. Yep. Bunch of stuff, which... Wait. What? You spelled Agi with the Y, bro? Who does that? Okay. Terminology. For this revised edition, we have attempted to bring the RPG closer to the computer game by incorporating the terminology that they use in World of Warcraft, the MMORPG. Wow, say that 3 times fast. See, thus, for instance, the 6 character abilities are called Strength, Agility, Stamina, Intellect, Spirit, and Charisma. Damn. I can tell you at least one of these is obsolete. Maybe, dude. It actually fits if you call... Yeah, you know what? You're right, Clint. They did drop the ball. Because I'm like, who spells Agi with a Y, bro? It's Aggie. Like, every person on Earth that I know just calls it Agi. Because it's like, they did Strength like that, and then they did Stamina, Int, Spirit, Charisma. But why that? Go figure. Okay. Let's see. Dedicated fighting class. Let's see. Necromancer, Paladin, Priest, Rogue, Shaman, and Warlock as the PC class, as well as Rogue's Backstab. You could tell this guy was mad. As well as Rogue's Backstab, as they do in World of Warcraft. Furthermore, in names of feats, spells, and level abilities, you'll find the game rich of the in-world or in-words and concepts constitute much of what makes Warcraft distinct. Okay, interesting. All right, what other new features we got here? Racial levels. Certain races can now take racial levels to explore fully their racial heritage. These racial levels are taken instead of... Oh, okay. That's interesting. Let's see, they're taken instead of class levels, and they're balanced to give about the same benefits. That's kind of strange. It's weird. It's like you're level adjusting yourself. I mean... Hey, I guess you would... Okay, let me think how this would work. So you level up and then you decide, do I want to put another point into my class or do I want to put another point into my race? But I guess it would just matter depending on like if it's actually good or not. Because if it's like kind of garbage, then why would I do that? Just focus on class levels. Okay. We have new Arcanist and Healer classes. The new Arcanist and Healer classes are actually comprised of different paths that allow player characters to specialize in specific ways, developing their arcane or divine powers. For instance, Arcanist-based classes include mages, necromancers, and warlock paths, while the healer-based offer druid, priest, and shaman. All arcanists and all healers have certain features in common, but each path possesses its own unique ability. Then why just, like, okay. Why even separate it? You can just have all the classes listed. You don't need to, like, I mean, I guess because you're separating besides, like, divine spellcasting and arcane spellcasting, but, like, you know what I mean? Welcome back, Hawkins. I think that's kind of a weird way to say it. I mean, it's literally just that. It's like, on the class page, just indicate that it's got arcane spellcasting or divine spellcasting. But okay, all right, I guess we'll find out. Spellcasting. The rules for spellcasting are new in the revised edition. I'm assuming this is just going to go off of like basic 3.5. Like, what is it? I can't forget. I always forget the name of the type of spellcasting that spells per day use. It's a very specific spellcasting type, but I always forget it. Your typical spells per day charges, but I'm curious how they refined it. Whether this uses like normal mana, like spells per day, or are we actually counting mana, like as if we're playing Final Fantasy D20 or something? Okay. Injury and death. Because Warcraft exemplifies highly heroic fantasy, we thought that characters should truly have a chance to push heroically through grave wounds to defeat their enemies. We have added a new injury table. Oh, great. So it's like we're playing Warhammer again. Oh, okay. Roxagar is a variant. That was Tyrion, I think. No. Yeah. I see. Let's see. Hero points. Reinforcement of him. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, this is just borrowing stuff from Warhammer Fantasy now. Okay. I mean, that kind of makes sense now that I think about it. Not gonna lie, you hate time travel? Look, I'm gonna be real with you. Time travel is very difficult to write in a story, and to get it right is, like, really, really difficult. Like, it's better to just not include time travel in your story, if I had to be perfectly honest with you. But, sometimes beggars can't be choosers, and, sometimes you just gotta go with it. I think, like, I don't know, what's a good time travel story? I guess, like, Back to the Future? Does that count? But, go for your... Alright, what else we got here? Hero points. Okay, it's funny because we talked about the SMT TTRPG like last week, and we still have this, Like, this is still here. Okay, community rules for those with fond memories of clicking on buildings and developing settlements in the Warcraft RTS. We offer you a system for generating and maintaining different types of communities that make... Oh, really? Oh, God. Oh, no. Okay, I'm seeing some of these other things on the table or all around here, and I'm like, okay, this could be annoying. Plot twist. This is... I mean, it is. It technically is. It literally said at the start, this takes place after Frozen Throne, so you're not wrong, Plant. It actually is. It specifically says up to right after Frozen Throne, so you're right on the money. Okay. Can you be a peasant? I mean, technically, you could start off as a peasant and, say that you're enlisting into the army. I mean, that's one way you could go about it, but I mean, up to you, Chief. I'm not going to be the one to tell you what to do. Let's see. What else? Okay, make up things. They can even advance in levels. Okay, this is just them showing their other book. A book that I don't know if people have. Okay. Well, there are some new things. Okay, this is just talking about D20 system, which I think, the old system probably was just, D100s. Or, D10 system. Okay, more basic stuff, as if, like, this is our first time looking at D&D. Okay. You do not like VTubers, nor do you like too many rules, but you played WoW and hate what Blizzard did, and I can do better than them, and this is about WoW. You know what? Fair enough, dude. No problem. Let's see. Creating characters, a vital element to any role-playing game. Building a hero from scratch. Okay, this is just character creation. Sure. So what am I doing specifically? Well, nice to meet you, Glorious Zone. I am taking a look at the World of Warcraft adaptation for D&D 3.5. This book is like actually really old. Its book is actually 20 years old now that I'm thinking about it. And yeah. Yep, that's basically it. That's pretty much it. I'm taking a look at it. That's all. But someone who likes the franchise. Oh yeah, no, it's really cool. I was kind of curious because I knew that these books existed, but I was kind of curious to see if like maybe it did things differently. But we're gonna sort of skip around a little bit here because this is just talking about generating your character. Wow, nice CG art here. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so this is basic stuff like generating your character like in a regular TTRPG thing. Read that yet? No, actually, I haven't gotten to there yet. You will admit WoW's old lore is better because they're focused on more of the lore than the gameplay. Yeah, I think it's really interesting because I do like the world building that they do. Oh yeah, for example, here you go. The world building that they do is actually very interesting. Oh, dude, they even have the timeline here? Okay, that's cool. That they're including like all things like the Calderai and all that. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Like, I do, like, okay, it's funny because me and some friends talked about this one time when we kind of did like a glossary look over the book. And one of the things that like I found that was really interesting was what I really like that classic Warcraft focuses on is more about the communities in a developing world, which is very interesting because, you know, how the, how like Thrall and his group are sort of forming up and everything else. So it's very interesting. The Thorium Brotherhood has RPG lore. Dude, they're evil. Wait, no shot, really? I had no idea. Well, damn. Okay, well, I'm going to need to keep a look around. Let's see. Azeroth is not a gentle land. Conflicts, yeah, okay, so this is more like a lot of the backstory on this. Yep, lands of conflict, talking about Kalimdor, the Alliance, and the Horde. Let's see, Durtar, Alliance forces from Shattered Lordaeron, led by Dalen Proudmoore. Okay, so this is actually... wait a minute, hold on. Oh. Wow, okay, so this actually is just talking about that mini-campaign where you play as Rexxar in Warcraft 3. That's kind of cool. You kind of want to spoil. You know what? Look, I'll see if I can get there. Don't you worry. I do want to get there and take a look at that, but we'll see. Like, if anything, it's like, look, little secret here. It's like, you know, we also have this, but don't worry about that. I've got a lot of these books saved, so we can take a look at them later. But I'm kind of curious about some of these things. Okay, yeah, this is them talking about the dragon aspects, world tree, the whole major timeline, the whole thing about the Well of Eternity, whole 9 yards. Let's see. What race do I want to be? I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see how different the racial bonuses are in this game because I'm familiar with 3.5 and it's like, look, I know the cheating answer is to play human because human in 3.5 is really overpowered, but I'm kind of curious to sort of see what else. Wait a minute. Ooh, hold on. This talks about Stormguard Keep. Black Hat the Destroyer is assassinated by Ogrim Doomhammer. Yeah, this is like going into like more of the modern. Second War begins. Yep, that's Warcraft 2. Ner'zhul accidentally tears Draenor apart in a catastrophic explosion, opening too many portals to the other dimensions. Yeah. The world is floating shard, once known as Outlands, is now part of the Twisting Nether. Jaden captures Ner'zhul, turning him into the Lich King and encasing him into the ice of Northrend. Ouch. Clearly, humans are going to be the best because Garithos said that. Oh no. Look, man, you better watch out. We're going to have a high elf uprising. Oh, man. Let's see. Okay, current climate. Let's see. The truce between the Horde and Theramore Island is holding. There are grudges on both sides. Alliance and Horde expand across Kalimdor, settling wherever habitable. See, Lunaron remains in control by the undead, although Civil War rages on. Okay, yeah, so this is picking up right after Warcraft 3. Okay, cool. Very cool, very cool. Good job, 5% of them are gonna care. The other 95 are undead. Oh, it's in Dark Factions? Actually, I think I have that book right here. That's cool. I will probably take a look at that later, but go figure. May or may not get to that on this stream, but we'll see. We're kind of just jumping around a bit, so we might. But regardless, thanks for that. I'm going to keep that in mind because, well, look, I kind of love a lot of this lore stuff. It's always fun to read. Let's see. Okay, Alliance and Horde. This is talking about their truce, dealing with Burning Legion. It was enough to call for a truce. And then the war begins again, because it always does. Alliance and Alliance. Yep, and talks about that. Okay, so it's just talking about the different relations between the different factions. The Horde is currently undergoing a cultural revolution as they feel the unnatural arcane bloodlust leave their bodies, giving them a calmer and more focused state of mind. Cool. Let's see, they follow Thralls, he forges ahead. Yep, with Shamanism, founding of Durotar. Yep, so this is like immediately after that, or you could probably write a campaign during that, actually. That could be kind of a fun idea. Let's put more spikes on our armor. Hell yeah. Yep, that's the fun part. Let's see what else. The High Elves and Night Elves. Yeah, this was when this started. Well, this has always been like an ongoing thing, but you know what I mean. Night Elves and the Orcs. Yep. Let's see, when they arrived in Kalimdor, they needed lumber, and yep, that led to the whole thing. Damn, they even talk about Grom Hellstream drinking demon blood for power. Yep, led to him killing Cenarius. Yep. Patriotism. Yep, that's the name of Warcraft in a nutshell, basically. Look, man, he just had to drink the Kool-Aid a bit so he can get, like, super juiced up. That's just kind of what he had to do. Interesting. Okay, so this is just like a nice summary of, like, the end of Warcraft 3. More specifically, it talks a lot about the founding of Durotar campaign, which, that's pretty good. It was the Nickelodeon slime. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I'd say so. Let's see. Let's see. The Orcs have not claimed the true homeland in 30 years. Yep, lies shattered behind the portal. Okay, yep, they talk about that. And then it just talks about them sort of setting up their own place instead. Yeah, with Durotar and Mulgore. And then the World of Warcraft. And this is kind of the interesting thing. Oh, wow, it even gives you the population of Stormwind. That's cool. Thanks, yeah, I'm gonna need the hydrate. So something kind of interesting that I found when it came to like talking about how would you run a campaign in this setting with my friends was I think the Horde have a lot more of a better advantage IMO if you want to write a more interesting story, because Kalimdor is just like a really good setting for an adventure campaign. I mean, look, I think I wrote like a small mini campaign that my friends did where they ran through the Barrens, and that was fun because it's kind of like the wild, untamed land, and you can have any sort of group of adventurers teaming up there. If you wanted to do like a more political type of campaign, probably do one regarding the Alliance and like all of their other allegiances, but I think that could be kind of interesting. Let's see. In an alternate timeline where Garrosh still leads the Horde and Jaina leads the Alliance. Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. World settings are usually the main selling point of these spin-off systems rather than mechanics, but why would someone who is enough of a turbo nerd need to buy this to help with lore? Because, well, alright, let's put this in perspective, Clint. So, for people back then, this book came out in 2005, so that's a major thing to note, that a lot of the people that are kind of turbo nerds for this, there's not a lot of people that would really know the lore that in depth, and this would be like a good point of reference because at this point I don't think like I'm sure there's like a compendium book of like the Warcraft timeline and lore, but I don't think there was like a really standard one out yet at that point. Maybe, yeah, the lore was very different. Yeah. So it's like, it's very interesting because you can do like a lot more things like that. Let's see. Yeah, thank you. Let's see. Alternate timelines oddly exist, so we could see some crazy stuff. Yeah, possibly. Oh God, yeah. So look, I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, that look. I feel bad about that stuff. Look, let's just say that's bad. I'm not going to go into any more depth onto that, but I know what you're talking about. Just for obvious reasons, I'm not going to say it. But I'm sure you get what I'm getting at. Yeah, the war was, or the lore was very different. It was very, very dark at different points. There was a lot of different things that happened. So it's like, understandably, yeah, I could see why like a setting book like this would work. It does help building a lot of important things for yeah, no, fair enough, and that's fine. But you know what I mean? It's like, it's funny because this book is written for people who understand tabletop but maybe want to run a campaign in the Warcraft setting. And to keep in mind, this book came out 2005, very famous time for WoW. It was just like a year after the launch, so it was very popular. So it could have been a lot of people's gateway into what is a fantasy setting, what is maybe tabletop. So this would be in mind with maybe someone who's played Dungeons and Dragons before and was like, well, I want to run a Warcraft type campaign for my friends, but they've only played WoW. How can I get them into it? So this would sort of be like a gateway for them on that. You know what I mean? You know, not the perfect example, but it's something that could be a little bit familiar for people who are, you know, not necessarily acquainted. You know, maybe they know the setting, but they've never played a TTRPG. Maybe they've just played WoW, you know? So that's at least how I see it. Everything changed after Cataclysm. The role of adventure hiked up. Yeah. And again, I think that's why, like, I kind of like a lot of, like, how, like, Classic and, like, I think, like, a Burning Crusade kind of did it a little bit, too. But, like, a lot of that era of storytelling is really interesting, mostly because it's, like, it kind of works that your character is just like a recruit into the army. So you kind of are, you're the guy on the front line, you know what I mean? So you see a lot of these things just happen, but it also helps because it lets you be the, like the boots on the ground guy for like a lot of the smaller settings. And to me, I think where a lot of their writing really succeeds is in these smaller locations or settings. You know what I mean? At like 18, we piloted tanks with Rambo reference character. Yeah, you know, fair point. Yeah. You know, honestly, I feel like I should probably take a look at like the Cataclysm quests again because I haven't done them in like forever. I think since I was a kid. But I'm kind of curious how different I would feel about that now. Huh. Well, maybe. The Horde and Alliance were much weaker back then. Yeah, no, they. That's also the other thing too. You're right. They were a lot weaker back then. Like, I think that's why, like, if you were to write this in a current setting, it would be very difficult because both the factions are very, very strong now with very, very powerful allies. And again, I think that's why this works because we're at a point where the world setting is still developing. Like, the factions, like, sure, the Alliance and Horde exist, but, like, there's conflict between all of the different groups. And I think that works out, too, because that makes for a more engaging story, and it can be a lot more interesting. You know what I mean? Whoa, now, we work with them. We're not allies. Exactly, see? Let's see, defeating the Burning Legion. Back then, the Horde willingly let the Burning Blade cultists into their number because it helped them. Exactly. Yeah. Let's see, this was mutual knowledge. Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? I think that's the really interesting part about it to me because, you know, a lot of where, like, I think to me, that's why I really like how the Horde is sort of written or put together because they are a bunch of different factions that, let's be honest, would really butt heads and, you know, have like trouble. But they sort of have these mutual alliances between them of, you know, it's more like also... how do I say this? Like a mutually assured destruction, you could say, a little bit. So go figure. Still want to see the Beetle Island one day. Little known fact. Really? It's the only reason the Forsaken were welcomed into the Horde. Really now? Everyone else refused. Look, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I could understand that. I mean, look, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, Yeah, how... I'm sure the negotiations weren't so smooth. Also, it's funny, man. Look at this ancient-ass map. Let's see. Oh, this just, like, cuts off from over here. Okay, interesting. Talks about the Molted Span, Cosmodon, Deadwind Pass. The Ivory Tower of Karazhan was once the Dark Wizard Medivh's seat of power and stands in the center of the jagged region and leaks evil magic into the land. The trees are petrified with and leafless, and with a terrible wind keens through the canyon. Ogres and demons, undead, with a few human gypsies that roam the interior. Deadwind Pass connects Dustwood and the Swamp of Sorrows. Travelers are advised to move quickly. Whispers tell of new forces that have claimed the Ivory Tower, and that ogres and demons are under its sway. Interesting. Let's see. So in Kato, Sylvana should have gotten the axe. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I remember reading about that, where, like, isn't it also, like, lore-wise, didn't she, after the end of, after the Lich King, didn't she throw herself off the frozen throne, like, you know what I mean. So, yeah. Let's see, Magatha brought the idea at them, and then the shamans joined in, and that's probably what got the Ross rolled. You know what? Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense. That does make sense. Okay. Let's see what else do we have here. Triangle Loggers. You know, it's really funny because every time me and some of my friends talk about, like, humans in the Warcraft setting, it's always humans from Stormwind, and I always have to laugh because he goes, I don't want to look like a lumberjack every single time. Yeah. A lot of issues with WoW could be solved if Thrall knew when to be quiet. I mean, look, a lot of situations kind of end up being, maybe we should have talked things out, or nah, I'm just gonna do it anyways. It ends up in a lot of situations like that, so go figure. Let's see. Okay, a lot more, just more stuff. Wow, wait, hold up. Okay, so you're telling me Ratchet is supposed to have, like, at least a population of 20,000? It's bigger than Orgrimmar? Huh. Okay. I mean, sure. I mean, look, lore-wise, this is a very, very interesting way to write this, because, let's see, it's shown its streets sprawl in every direction. The architecture shows no consistency or common vision. It is a city of entertainment and trade, where anything that anyone could have ever wanted to buy, and plenty of things that no one wants to buy, is on sale. Casinos, playhouses, brothels, fine restaurants, taverns, tea rooms, gladiatorial arenas. Ratchet has it all. From the grungiest sailor to the wealthiest royal, all can sate their taste in Ratchet. It is Kalimdor's largest port. Interesting. Huh. Razor Hill is a big town too, and it's just, yeah, Orgrimmar plumped it between some rocks. Yeah, that sounds about right. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Very, very cool. The least he can do is talk to the other leaders and helping Garrosh become a better leader. Yeah, that would be a good point. Very good point. Let's see, everything comes at a price, of course. The goblins who run the place are members of a group called the Venture Company. They always keep their beady eyes on the bottom line. Let's see, what other interesting bits here do we have? The Horde hero Rexar and his companion battled their way to the foothold and slayed Dalen Proudmoore. Oh, there you go. Sorry about that. Forget, they're like on like a schedule or like a timer thing or something. Let's see. I'm talking about the different areas. Ashara. I wonder, I'm surprised. I was hoping they would have elaborated a little bit more here, but I guess not. Let's see. The Barons. Man. The good old Barons. Let's see. The Barons is vast, arid savanna. Let's see. Dust Devils roll across the dry land. Including major things like the Gold Road, across the Barrens. Orcs and Taurens drove the Quillborn out of their lands. Ironforge doors were discovered. Great Titan ruins. Elmo Dawn. Okay. Oh, that's kind of cool. We got Mount Hyjal. Battle for Mount Hyjal, the final conflict of the Third War. Two great peaks rise high above the surrounding forest. The arcane well of eternity lies at the Hyjal summit. Let's see. The great tree, Nordistral, blackened and wounded in the Third War, stands over it. Divine magic permeates around Mount Hyjal. Okay. Got a nice little map of the area here. Wow, you know, right on cue with that, by the way. Zote. Look, Zote, I gotta say, right on cue with that. As I see your message talking about Teldrassil, the music's like, I got you, Chief. Let's see. Night Elves are definitely something in common with Trolls, a lot of losses. Let's see, one thing that bothers you about the lore is Teldrassil, it's so big, and it's only 4 years old. Wait, what? Really? Hold on. Wait, I'm sure it... Okay, hold up. In the past few years, the Night Elves have moved their capital to an island off the northwest of Kalimdor. Here, the Circle of the Ancients, the Wise Druid, pooled their power to create a great tree akin to the World Tree, but on a smaller scale. Small? They called this tree Teldrassil, meaning Crown of the Earth, and they built the city of Darnassus on top of it. The tree, let's see, the island takes the name as the tree as well. Really? Let's see, WoW was only 4 years after Warcraft 3. Teldrassil was placed there. Oh, okay. It was only 4 years old? Bro! Bro, what the hell? Dude, did they have the whole Emerald Dream just like pumping energy onto it? What the hell happened? Damn. Okay. That's, yeah, you're right. That doesn't make any sense, actually. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Dalaran, my favorite. Let's see, Conclave of Mages and the Kirin saw Mystics happening with the Violet Citadel. Yeah, and then it got destroyed. Let's see, now an opaque blue dome of magic energies covers and protects Dalaran. No means either magic or mundane can determine the ongoings inside the dome. Okay. Interesting. See, because it can't be because dragons refuse to bless. Strange. Yeah. Probably had like a lot of the areas Druid cast regrowth on it. I mean, that could be a way to do it. I wouldn't recommend it, but you know. Let's see, Stratholme. Damn, that's crazy. Stratholme's undead population is higher than Ogremar. Grow. Let's see. Okay. The Undercity. A vast subterranean labyrinth in the southeastern of Trisfall Glades, Undercity is the Forsaken capital. Its passageways are extensions to the dungeons and cellars beneath the human city of Lordaeron, which fell into ruin. The Forsaken continue to expand their realm and carve more tunnels from the rock. Spiders and ooze inhabit the depths. The Banshee Queen, Sylvanas Windrunner, rules Undercity and the Forsaken. The traitorous Dreadlord Varamathus. I don't want to talk about Varamathus, bro. He's, we're not going to talk about Varamathus. And let's see, and her Master Apothecary, Farvanel. Another troublemaker, which we're not going to talk about right now. Let's see, Royal Apothecary Society has had its headquarters rise here. Let's see, the Society focuses its efforts on dark alchemy and strives to master new toxins, diseases, and other chemistry. The Forsaken despise the Scourge and are nominally aligned with the Horde, but no one trusts them for good reason. Yeah, for good reason is right, bro. I'm always on the winning side. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Oh my god, Gilneas. Let's see, Gilneas Ken Greymane ruled this peninsula nation in the Second War. The king never supported the alliance after the war. He constructed the Greymane Wall, an enormous stone barrier that now separates Gilneas from Lordaeron. Refugees in other nations have entreated Gilnean for aid, but the wall is dead. No soldiers, no man, its gates, or no patrol. Its battlements, really. No one has seen a Gilnean for 10 years. Wow, that's crazy, bro. I'm not trusting the Forsaken cook my food. That cauldron's green. Oh, man. You know, it's really interesting seeing this as a note here, because again, 2005 lore, so cool. It's cool that they actually brought it up. That, and then again, they talked about the whole thing with Dalaran having its like magic shell over it too. So that's also another interesting thing to talk about. What else we got here? Oh, they actually just talk about Kul Tiras. I mean, sure. I mean, why not? It makes sense to talk about Kul Tiras. The Kilnanes and Earthquake too. Make them be social. I mean, look, they hid behind the Great Wall of Gilneas for like, what, how many years? So there you go. Okay, let's see. Kul Tiras. Yeah, like literally 10 years. Let's see, an island nation between Lordaeron and... Wait, what? And Azeroth? Let's see, an island nation between Lordaeron and Azeroth. Strange way to word that. Kul Tirans remain invalid. Let's see, its enemies have yet to force their way onto the interior, but Naga, Murlocs, and pirates threaten Kul Tiras from the sea. A steadfast member of the Alliance and historically boasting a powerful navy sent its armada to the Horde in the Second War. Yep. Oh, that's some weird spacing there. Leaving Tandred, the last Proudmoore, to hold the nation together. Okay, he did his best. Let's see, an earthquake, a Worgen infestation, a full horde assault. Let's see, old lore named the northern part of the Eastern Kingdoms. Azeroth. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes more sense now. Okay. Because I was like, that's kind of a strange way to just say that. Okay. Yeah, sure. Hit me. What do you find funny, Hawkins? Ooh, actually, hold on. I wonder if they're going to talk about Grim Batol. I'm very curious if they're going to have a note about Grim Batol, actually. Because it did exist. Everyone struggled with the Orcish Horde, and the gnomes dealt with the invasion in a day or two. Look, okay, the gnomes, well, but they struggled with the Trog. No. Look, if anything, I see that as incompetency. Look, they may be smart enough to take out the Orcish Horde, but apparently literal Trogs? I don't know, bro. I know, they use bones and sticks, and they lost. And they also have leprosy. So, go figure. I don't know. Okay. The Maelstrom. Man, the Maelstrom was, like, really cool and ominous, and then now it's like, it is what it is, bro. I don't know. Let's see. Like, having a shotgun, and you lost to the guy with the pen. Yo, true. Let's see, the leprosy was because of the... Yeah, you're right! I forgot about that. Didn't they literally just, like... They tried to chemical warfare the tunnel, right? Yeah. I remember now. Right. Okay. Let's see. The Maelstrom, a frightening magical vortex. I like all the spacing here. That's kind of weird. The Maelstrom swirls in the middle of the ocean between the eastern and western continents. Water spirals to the depths, and a ship cannot escape its pull. Tropical islands are scattered nearby, some holding small tribes of jungle trolls or murlocs, and many boasting strange aquatic ruins. The Maelstrom makes travel across the ocean dangerous prospect, and tradeways must avoid the storm by healthy margins. Rumors tell that this area is the site of the first Well of Eternity, which sparked the War of the Ancients. If so, then perhaps the Naga dwelling below, and it is now their ruins rise from the depths. And then Northrend and all that. Which domes had more alchemy stuff going on, but the engineering and clockwork stuff. Yeah. No, I kind of agree with you there. Like, it's kind of funny that you bring that up because, me and one of my friends talked about this, where he said it's kind of a shame that the gnomes were like, after all these years, they kind of were like left out in the story. Like, sure, they tried to make like what Mechatork a thing, but who cares, bro? Like, it's more like, what are the gnomes like actually doing in the lore? Like, they're not really doing much, and at this point, it feels like they're mostly just a comic release or comic relief. But you know what I mean? It's like everyone kind of has their thing that they're doing within the lore. You know what I mean? So it's like we really don't know what they're doing. They're just kind of there, I guess. It's like, sure, they're genius inventors, but you want to know who did the same thing recently? The goblins, and they got like a lot better plot development. So go figure. If you ask these questions, here's one. Okay. Forsaken gnomes. You know, you're right. How come we don't see we don't see the short undead, bro? Mm-hmm. Gnomes mostly build tech and don't focus a lot on history and other advancements. Mm-hmm. How come all the planet is still in medieval technology after like 10,000 years? You know? True. Very true. Very, very true. You may be onto something. Goblins are an interesting thing in RPG lore. Yeah. Technology is expensive. They used to be smarter. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. Wasn't it like because of the material that they found, they basically it kind of like messed with them, right? I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah, the Kajamite. Yeah. I remember reading about that. That literally, the green Kajamite dust is what's killing their brain. I mean, it lets them be a genius, but you know, a little bit more like the orcs of Warhammer Fantasy, or well, you know, the 40k orcs. At least that's what I remember. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Thanks for the mental image. Yeah, the goblin just slams his head down onto the table. He's like, I can't get enough of that. Yeah. Let's see. Section on Northrend. Okay. Ferocious Wendigos, the ice trolls hurling axes, and voodoo magic. Worst of all, the scourge is at its strongest in Northrend. Yeah, okay. This is still right after Frozen Throne, so makes sense. What else we got here? Quel'Thalas, Blackened Woods, which is now just the Ghostlands. This land is now burnt and covered in ash and sorrow. Forlorn ruins jut from the ground, and black trees stretch into the distance. Wispy elven spirits fly among them. The forest suffered dragonfire in the Second War, and the Scourge ravages in the Third. And finally, the surviving High Elves, calling themselves Blood Elves, resolved that the undead would not enjoy their victory and put the trees to a flame. Did you know that the forest trolls aren't green? Rather, they have a very thin layer of moss. That I didn't know, actually. Interesting. I actually didn't know about that. Kind of makes sense, though. But, okay. The goblins did a lot of weird stuff. When really smart, they did cartel wars. They make Kaja Cola with real diamonds instead of sugar. Make pirate strongholds into settlements. Ride an ogre, and to toss potions everywhere. Yep, that sounds on brand. I'm not going to lie, Hawkins. Sounds really on brand. Let's see, Zulaman. Let's see, the Forest Troll Kingdom. The poor Amani. Never lucky, bro. I mean, true. True. Let's see, the cosmology. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. The cosmology, I liked sort of like the idea around a lot of the older stuff on this, because I do not like what they did with it in modern time, because it really just destroys the concept of a lot of these like religions and stuff like that were existing in the setting. So it's just kind of a pain in the ass. Yeah. Modern lore is ass. Yeah. It's like, I don't like where a lot of that stuff went. They're trying stuff now, but you'll figure. I would rather we just didn't touch any of the stuff like in the cosmology that extensively, because it just really, really screwed up stuff. Let's see, them talking about Deep Home, the Firelands, the Abyssal Maw. That's kind of a, I wish they didn't try as hard. Yeah, no. I think you said it in the nicest way ever, yeah. It's like, I like it better when it's a bit more ambiguous, because that leaves more for us as like the reader or like a player to sort of try and figure it out. And that just kind of works. I'm going to be honest. It's like they didn't need to go that hard, because instead now they just kind of made like half the settings, lore, and like religious beliefs kind of invalid, which is not good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Simple adventures just work. That's just honestly the best way to go. Yeah, no. I mean, look, it's like if I wanted that type of storytelling, you know, then I would go look at Final Fantasy. I'm going to be honest with you. It's like, I think Warcraft kind of works best when you're just kind of along for the ride as a regular old dude or like a regular adventurer guy. It just kind of works. It's like, don't make me the commander of stuff. It doesn't really work out too well. I kind of feel the same way when it comes to like things like Fallout on that, because while it is cool, but at the same time, it's you don't need to make me the leader, because that kind of weakens a little bit, you know what I mean, on how some things are. Yeah, they treat you like you play poker with each other. It's very strange. Referred to as a commander for the first time in Wrath. You know what? It's like, I feel like if you had done a lot of the quest all the way up to Wrath, it kind of makes sense, because this isn't your first time. They would assume, okay, you went with them to the Outlands, but no, I kind of get that. It's like, I can understand that. It makes sense in that case. But again, if you haven't, then go figure. In Dragonblight when recruiting the Tonka. I still think in that context, I think it makes sense, because if you're leveling up a character, you still have to kind of do a lot of the quests in different places. So at that point, sure, it kind of makes sense, because you've gone through it all anyways, or at least had previous adventures where obviously you're working with whatever army you're working with, you know what I mean? So that it makes sense to me. But anything post that, it's like, you know, don't make me like the de facto super leader, you know what I mean? Let's see, weren't you the Lich King's chosen at... Look, I have no idea about that one. That one's kind of a miss. But what if you're like a freelance adventurer? Okay, fair point. Then if in that case, it's like, yeah, I mean, probably don't make the new guy the leader. Or don't put the freelance as the team lead. He might just leave. You're right there. You are definitely right there, Zote. He lied to you. Yeah. Let's see, the Emerald Dream. Primal, unspoiled world. The Emerald Dream is what Azeroth would have been if not for humans, elves, and other intelligent creatures. Man, that's kind of mean. Let's see. Yep, it's supposed to be a mimic. Yep, quasi-duplicates for each other. Emerald Dream is Azeroth, the scene through the magic lens. Yeah. Well, that's a cool little piece of art. Let's see. Interesting. Wait a minute. Emerald Dream traits. Other things to note. Mildly good aligned. Yeah. Mildly good aligned. Evil creatures take a -2 penalty. Bro. That's rude. Divinely morphic. Ysera may shape the plane with a thought, but all other creatures must use a spell or physical effort to change or to affect the change, just like on Azeroth. Let's see. Enhanced magic, divination spells, and effects are treated as if they are heightened by 3 levels. Okay, that's kind of a lot if we're talking like 3-5. That's kind of big. You hated going into... Wait, you went to the Emerald Dream? Wait, what? Oh no. Okay, well, that's something I'm gonna go look up later. I completely spaced out on that part. Wait a minute. I didn't realize that's where that happened. Yeah. Let's see. Impeded magic. Any spell or effect destructive to nature, even if only by accident, is impeded. To cast a spell impeded, concentration check basically. Yep, you beat the DC. If not, it's lost. So it's basically like a spell failure. destructive to nature in case-by-case basis. Thus, a rain of fire cast on the ground would be damaging to the native plants and therefore count as destruction. Fair enough. Let's see, Outlands. Okay, so they actually do have stuff here if you wanted to go to Outlands. Yep, gives you a little bit of a description. Finite size and shape. Outland is the name given to that. Yep. Sounds about right. Twisting Nether. Twisting Nether surrounds all, though it remains invisible and unknown. It is a realm of chaos, where colored and cloudy mists and bright streams mingled into mute form that teases mortal mind. Yep, so space, but with magic. And demons. Can't forget that part. Okay. Twisting Nether traits. Subject directional gravity. The strength of gravity towards the Twisting Nether is the same on Azeroth. Creatures in the Twisting Nether can move normally along solid surfaces. Imagine downing near feet. Okay, sure. Oh my god, wow. Okay, there's a lot of specific rulings here. Let's see, you never got used to the Shadowlands. It was too dark. You can't even see them all. Look, man, you know what that means. You gotta crank up that brightness. Let's see. Really? So you go into the... Oh, okay. Damn, so you actually just go into the Emerald Dream. Huh. Okay, well, I learned something new. Let's see. Finite or infinite size. The Twisting Nether has no known borders. Highly morphic. Twisting Nethers is a place of ever-changing reality, the Chaos region. Travelers' fears and worries are made manifest, and demons and undead are born from the Twisting Nether winds. In a plane of nightmares, it constantly erodes sanity. Oh, so it's the warp. Wait, yeah, no, it's just dead-ass the warp. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Let's see, you tried, but it gets hard to put a light on, yeah, black landscape with a black sky. Yeah, you're right. I do remember that. It had like tons of mist too, if I remember in them all. I remember it being like kind of cloudy, if that makes any sense. Let's see. Okay, there's like lots of spirit damage and lots of stunning damage. Yeah, okay. Strongly chaos aligned. Yep, that makes sense. Timeless. Age, hunger, thirst, poison, and natural healing do not occur in the Twisting Nether. Fair enough. You hate that they made a Hearthstone board game? Wait, like they made a real version of Hearthstone? Or is it like... Let's see. Yeah, the Nether is just whatever is chaotic, yeah. Oh yeah, no problem, dude. Let's see. Hearthstones in old lore are very rare. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Bro, this crusty old ass art, bro. And then the just screenshot of like Ogremon. I'm sorry, that caught me off guard a little bit. Like I was expecting like, you know, maybe a piece of art. No, they just got in there, had the GM turn on fly hacks or whatever, and just take a screenshot for that. That's funny. Let's see, it's just a name, to be honest. The cards themselves are not canon. Yeah, I mean, I think like in, what was it, Mist of Pandaria, they tried to make Hearthstone canon, technically, but yeah. The old trailers were just some guy doing in-game stuff. You know what? Fair enough, you're right. It was like old Machinima stuff. Did I see the next? Ooh, I did actually. You're right. That was just in-game stuff, I think. I think it was just, what's it called? Oh no, oh, ad, whoops. Let's see. What do we got here? Let's see, focuses on fighters and healers. The necromancers and beastmasters are those who lead the army and who sneaks in at night and who will fight the demons and sometimes undead for control of the world. Fair enough. Generating abilities, modifiers, and other things. Yeah, we're gonna probably just skip around here on this because a lot of this is just like basic 3.5 rules and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, if you understand 3.5, well, you'll understand this. I could probably break it down for you if you are not familiar with 3.5, but loosely, this is just talking about ability modifiers. Rule of thumb is any +2 above whatever you've got typically adds another modifier. The Hurricane does nice trailers for a while. Yeah, you know, it's funny, actually. I watched recently Platinum WoW's video where he talked about the history of WoW Machinima, and it's very interesting. Like, if you go back, like, it's like how, like, Gorfine got hired originally, like, you know, Darren Gregory, I think. He got hired because he did, like, a trailer for, like, old school Nax, and then I think I saw the Nax Classic trailer when that came out, and that was really good. I do really like a lot of those like old trailers because you're right. A lot of some of these old trailers are just a GM and like UI off recording or something like that, and then people just like editing it, which is cool. You know, very cool. You don't like the one that he does in the Real Classic Cinematic? Oh, I don't know about that one. I might need to look at that again. Man, they just don't make them like they used to. Am I right? Oh, wait, do we get... Oh, you get the other half of the art here? Oh, awesome. Let's see. Sure, replace one with the janky models. Oh, man. Look, can we have the not Demon Hunter here? Look, it's almost a Demon Hunter. He's, like, not quite there. But that's okay. Don't worry about that part. Okay, this is time just talking about stats. Basically, same thing as regular D&D. You have strength, dex, con, int, wisdom, and charisma. Basically the same thing. Yep. Oh, nice. Thanks for including the scores of 0. Very important. Let's see. Tremendous scores. Okay, we can start skipping ahead because this is just a lot of like basic stuff. Oh, that's some cool art. Okay, the races and the race levels. Okay, so there are adjustments, I think. Oh wait, no, there's not adjustments. You get different things, and okay. When it comes to favored classes, I typically really don't do favored classes. Like even when I'm playing Pathfinder, I typically just really don't do it. I'm gonna be honest with you, because like sure, it's a little bit of an extra benefit, but then that kind of takes away from the creativity of the player. Because I mean, granted, look, I'm okay with when I'm doing a TTRPG, I let my players sort of play whatever they want to play for the most part, you know, as long as it's within rules. But you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not gonna penalize you for picking a certain race class combo. That's just boring, bro. I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna be real with you. I want you to pick what you want to play for fun. Besides, I mean, that's the whole point of a TTRPG. You're here to have fun with your friends, so have fun. Okay, what else we got here? Okay, this is kind of on par. -2 strength, +2 agi. Okay, so night elves have -2 intellect, and they get +2 spirit, and then high elves get +2 int, -2 to the stamina. Interesting. Wait. Jungle troll gets +2 agi, -2 int, -2 charisma. Okay, that's why the double negative. That's not great. I would usually say, wouldn't you do +1? Or, okay, that's, ugh. Wrong, I am here to win. Yep, fair enough. They probably have good racial abilities. You know what? You're right, they might have it. We'll probably take a look. Play with friends. What's a friend? Is it tasty? Let's see, trolls only won 1 war. Yeah, okay, you know what? Fair point. You're right, actually. Okay, fair point. You are right. But I don't want to punish my player for just picking troll, but, you know, maybe we'll see the differences. Okay, what do we got here? Yes, the classic Dwarven Hunter PNG, my favorite. They won one war and one battle. Yep. Okay, we basically could kind of skip this because most of this is just basic Lordaeron lore, basic Dwarven lore on this. Their faith, their typical names. Okay, so this is what I'm kind of curious because it did mention you could put levels into your character's race, which is kind of strange. That's a weird way to do, I guess, prestige leveling you could consider. Okay, so BAP is only that. They have good forward, they have low reflex, but I do see this, and that's really good, though. They're special bonuses. Okay, yeah, no. Plus your racial bonus against giants, you get stone flash, and bonus weapons. Okay. Okay, you know what? No. These are kind of good. These are kind of good. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, once per day, an Ironforged Dwarf may grant +2 AC per level of Ironforged Dwarf. Okay, that's kind of good. Alright. It's not that bad. Equals to the round of stamina mod plus your racial class level. So, okay, so on mod plus race level. That sounds so weird to say out loud. Interesting. Oh, weapon proficiency, actually. Let's see. Pick one from the following list. Long rifle, flintlock pistol, dwarven axe, dwarven battle hammer, dwarven tossing hammer, and okay. All right, we got high elves, which, yep, that's a high elf, all right. Trained 100 human mages just to make a flame tornado. Look, that's the craziest part. That whole story was so wild. Let's see. Oh, the high elves. Oh, they're getting SLAs? Okay. Okay, get one agility, another one agility. So get like 2 dex per... Okay, so they get 1 dex per level on that, and then the last one's just empowered magic. I'm assuming empowered magic is basically meta magic, but I guess we'll find out. Ah, I see. Magic addiction. High elves are addicted to the use of arcane magic. They must spend 1 hour each day in the morning in meditation. Let's see. Resisting distraction. What the hell are we listening to, bro? I'm sorry, I got super distracted by that. That was a wow. Okay, we're switching songs. Yeah, this'll do. Okay, let's keep on looking. Okay, let's see. Spend 1 hour a day for meditation, resting. The distractions of addiction. Take a -1 penalty to caster level. Bro, that's... Oof. For all arcane spells, a -2 penalty on all saving... Dude. That sucks. That does suck. Okay. My man busts out the arcane powder. He's like, I need this. You don't understand. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. If the high elf is able to drink directly from a moon well, the addiction abates for a number of days equal to the high elf's spirit mod. Okay. Let's see. Anomaly, night elves, and taurens can instinctively sense a disturbance, innate arcane energies that the addict the high elves. Okay, and because of this, high elves suffer a -2 circumstance penalty on all charisma-based checks when made directly against night elves and tauren. Okay, sure. Troll killer. Yeah. Troll Kalar, which is literally troll killer. Damn. Let's see. Let's see. Bonuses. Yep. Unlike humans and some other races, high elves can take a few levels in the high elf class to develop their racial qualities more. Favorite class? Mage. And yeah, what a shocker. Okay, but what about... What is enhanced magic? I want to know. Low light vision. Okay, there it is. Empowered magic. Oh, it's literally just... Wow, I'm dumb, bro. Okay. Once per day, a high elf may apply empowered spell feat to an arcane spell. It's literally just meta magic as a once per day. I mean, okay. Well, speaking of what you were saying, Hawkins, now we're on to the night elves. Ah, yes, the classic night elf.png as well. What do we got here? Plus 2 to spirit, minus 2 to charisma. Let's see, night elves have that. Distant and aloof. Let's see, yep, plus 2 knowledge of nature. Yep, that makes sense. Let's see, anything else that kind of stands out here? You want to Thanos snap the void elves out of existence? I don't know, man. That's a whole crazy... I don't even know what to say about the Void Elf storyline thing. I'm like, I don't know. They exist now. I don't know what to say about it. It's I feel like it's a big excuse because they just cannot let the Windrunner family go, bro. Let it end. Let them out of here. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? Okay, Shadow Meld. Nice. Plus 2 bonus to balance and tumble. Always good. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Plus 2 bonuses on saves versus arcane magic. Wow, that's pretty common. Shadow Meld at night or in a low light environment. It gains plus 10 circumstance bonus on stealth checks. Well, okay. I mean, sure, but I'm going to be honest with you. Ain't no one making a stealth check like that unless, like, you know, I'm gonna be real, most of the time my players are not making stealth checks. I mean, it has its use, but is what it is, I guess. Let's see. What else? Gnome. I'm assuming that, yeah, this is just working basically about the same as you're expecting. Technological feat. Gnomes begin play with 1 bonus feat from the tier list of bonus tinker feats. Interesting. Wait, really? Wow, the gnome section was so short. It's literally... They don't even have a table. What? They should have just added high elves. No, you're right. They should have. You're right. Let's see. Yeah, yep, this just literally plays like regular gnomes. Goblins. Wow. I like that. The gnomes get like 1 tiny section, and then their section is short. Yeah, I know, right? Look, let's talk about this. Look, the goblin is like, or the gnomes basically get 1 sheet, 1 page, and the goblins are like, nah, we got this, and they just keep going. It's like a little bit, almost like a page and a half. Damn. Also, no table, so I guess they're basically sharing a lot of the same background with gnome, at least like stat-wise and stuff, but they do actually put a lot of effort here to really like point out, look, they're independent, they can be hired as mercenaries. They really did a lot to like build up the lore here on this, which is good. Wait, to cheat a goblin is a dwarven idiom meaning to do what is practically impossible. Nice. I like that. You know what they should have done? Goblins, Gnomes, and Goblins, part 2. Yeah, you know what? You're right. And then human. I'm assuming, is this just going to be a whole bunch of lore dump? Yeah, this is a bunch of lore dump. Ooh, banger song. Hold up. Okay, yeah, this is basically just exactly what I'm expecting. Wow, wait, no, are you shitting me? Hold up. 1 bonus feat, okay. extra skill points. Yep, that's par for the course. You know, extra bonus because of gather diplomacy and gather information. Bro, they made humans better. No, I can't believe it. Look, man, you can't keep getting away with it. 3-5 humans already strong. Don't make it better. What are you doing? Hello, Mr. Orc PNG. Look, they flipped him this time. Before he was facing the other way on the other page. I know, right? I am curious, so how different are they from, like, regular half-orc? They may rage once per day if this class, let's see, if the orc belongs to a class that already has such an ability, such as barbarian, then the racial battle rage allows him to rage one additional time per day. You know what? That's pretty good. Probably not good if you're a caster, but, you know, effort. So orcs were barbarians, pretty much, or like cavaliers or shamans and stuff like that, but fair enough. Very lore accurate, I like that. Very good here. Handle animal, wolf. Yup, sounds about right. Not bad. Alright, what about Taurens? What do they get? Now, it's funny, I know we're looking through like a lot of the stuff here for the different races, but there are literally whole big books. Like, there are two dead-ass books. We got the Horde book, and then the Alliance book. The Tauren are gigantic in lore. Yeah, Taurens are very interesting in the lore. But, look, don't worry, we're not looking at these right now. I'm just saying, you know, they exist. These books do exist. And they do have, like, other subcategories of, like, the different types of orcs and trolls and, you know, all the other different variations. Did you see the one in the cinematic for the Battle for Lordaeron? Cinematic? Oh, you're right. They are, like, super huge. That's more accurate, yeah. About the size. Yeah, because technically they're minotaurs, right? Yeah. So they should be, like, you know, huge. Oh, damn, look at that. Tauren charge. I just realized they couldn't give him bull charge, so it's Tauren charge. They downscaled so they could fit through doors. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I can imagine that being an issue. Let's see. Okay. Wow. Taurens have really good saves. Well, damn. Okay. Not bad. Let's see. +1 strength on your first level on that. +2 spirit. +4 racial against fear effects. Dude. Fear effects and tabletop suck. So that's really good. Man, what the hell? Taurens are pretty cool. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's see. Martial proficiencies, long spears, short spears, skilled hunters, handle animals, survival checks. Not bad. I like that. Race levels. Unlike humans, some other races, Tauren can take a few levels in Tauren as a class to develop their racial qualities fully. That's strange, but okay. Favorite is warrior. Fair enough. Hard to be scared when you're half the size of a giant. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting, Hawkins, how this book has been doing it. So it's like, when you level up, I'm assuming, because I think you can only put, like, yeah, you can only put 3 levels into your race level, and that gives you, like, its own, like, thing. So, sure. But it's weird. Like, what level are we talking about here? Like, do classes only go up to, like, level 17? Do they go all the way up to 20? Is the max player level 20, or is it up to 25? Like, what's going on here? And your entire weapon is a goddamn totem pole. You know what? Still super cool, dude. Look, the Tauren Earth Shakers, they're cool. It's 60. Yeah, I know, right? Nah, man. No, dude, it's gotta be like the SMT TTRPG we were looking at last week, where the max level is 99. I'm like, dude, if my players are getting a 99, bro, I'm doing something wrong. Let's see, Tauren charge. Tauren may lower his head and use his horns instead as a melee weapon. Resolve the charge normally, and in addition, the benefits of the hazards of a charge, the horns deal a single gore attack, which deals regular horn damage +1, and half the Tauren strength mod. Alright. Wait, you receive a +4 racial bonus on strength for bull rush attempts. Well, goddamn. Let me know when I can be a DK. Are links allowed? No, actually, be careful, because I think the auto mod might hit you if you throw a link, but if anything, I think if a mod is around, you could probably send that to them. But I could like probably look it up actually on the side here. But just a little bit of a heads up. The auto mod like tries to nuke things like that. Trust me. There was one time I tried to turn it off and it kind of led to a disaster. Sorry. My bad, dude. Oh, okay, yeah, then don't worry about that then. Sorry, Zot. Let's see, Jungle Troll. Or Troll Jungle. Okay. Oh man, look at this guy. Look, I do really like a lot of the art from like the old like Warcraft stuff too. That's really nice. Let's see, what do we got here? I am curious. Okay, so trolls are weary and quick, but their primitive culture has not allowed for much intellectual stimulation. Okay. +2 agility, -2 int, -2 charisma. I mean, sure, I guess. Let's see. Poor illumination. Oh, they do have rapid healing, though. Jungle trolls heal twice as quickly as they do normally. Oh, so they just actually have, like, fast healing. Just gonna, get +1 for throwing weapons. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Very smart. Very smart. All right, you know what? I got you. Hold up. I will pull that picture up on the side. 1 second. What a big brain move. I got you. Hold up. I'm gonna just do that. Oh, it looks like something may have gotten censored there. Hold up. Ah, damn. It may have gotten caught by like an auto mod or something, but don't worry. That's fine. Good effort. I appreciate it, though. Let's see. Trolls can heal limbs even if they're cauterized. Right. Or even if not cauterized. Let's see. So they have rapid healing. Yeah, I did. It's just something was censored, or the stars there. So no, you're good. You're good. Let's see. They get bonus on jump and tumble checks. Let's see. Automatic language. Yep. See, most player or character trolls are jungle trolls of the Darkspear tribe. These trolls are loyal to the Horde and tend to see most action on Kalimdor and are the most non-violent interactions with other races. Though many still distrust the Darkspear, they are at least grudgingly thankful for the trolls' help combating against the Legion. Okay, it even has that to like go and look at the monster stat block. I'm kind of curious though. Okay, so I guess to compensate for the minus to your intelligence on that, you do also get rapid healing, but you also get fast healing, and then you have troll healing. So the bright side is you actually heal like quite a bit, so you're really tanky, which is surprising. The other thing though that's kind of bad is, well, I'm gonna be real with you, plus to throwing weapons is awful, because who the hell is playing a throwing weapon build? I'm just gonna be real with you, it's kind of bad. So, you know, probably don't end up wanting to use that build. Gotcha. Oh, 20 seconds. All right, no problem. A reminder, if you have Alliance people in a Night Elf Fortress, in a Night Elf Forest, it's not out of character for some of them to hate the Alliance and the Horde, because they made an NPC hate both in Season of Discovery. You know, that makes sense. Yep. Thank you, Hawkins, for the reminder. And no, reading what your message was. Yeah, no, I could see that. That does make sense. I think that's actually something that I guess is some of the more interesting parts of like maybe Warcraft lore and stuff like that is like when you see NPCs that are neutral between like both the factions or they're more willing to still work with the other end of it, you know what I mean? Because it's like, it's just interesting seeing things like that. In very early development of WoW, they almost added Night Elves to the Horde. And then they remembered who killed Cenarius. Bro. Adding them to the Horde? Whoa, that would have been very different. Okay. The Undead, the Forsaken. Yep. See if they have their way, will be. Yep. Becoming a Forsaken. Becoming a Forsaken is a difficult process. The undead plague must kill you. You must rise up. You must raise a being that remembers the past, and finally, you must escape the Lich King's control. These events do not happen often, but often enough that the Forsaken exists as a viable race. Characters who begin the campaign as a Forsaken are assumed to have been high elves or humans who underwent the process. A character can become a Forsaken later in her career. For these characters, see the Forsaken template of the monster manual. Note that thus far only humans and high elves have become Forsaken. Interesting. Let's see. Dark vision, no stamina score because they're just undead. Immunity. Oh, Jesus Christ. We get full undead immunity on a player? Okay, that can be kind of a pain in the ass. A troll Forsaken, dude. Okay, now that could be kind of crazy. Let's see. No stamina score. Forsaken do not possess stamina. Immunity to all mind effects. Damn, that's pretty good. Immunity to poison. Yep, a lot of typical undead traits. Let's see. Not subject to critical hits, non-lethal damage, ability drain or energy drain. Immune to damage to their physical scores. Look, man, Undead Rogue is kind of looking pretty good right about now. The Troll Ghoul minions for DKs. Oh, dude, that'd be crazy. Undead do not heal naturally. They use your charisma modifier for concentration checks. Not at risk of death from massive damage like other undead. Okay. Let's see. I am kind of curious about their stat blocks here. If they don't heal naturally. Yeah, it's kind of like if you were playing a Warforged, I'd assume, right? That cancels out the troll healing stuff. I would assume so, yeah. Yeah. So, like, if we were talking about, like, say we did make that undead, or that Forsaken troll, yeah, it would just cancel itself out. I mean, if you're dead, I wouldn't assume the regeneration would work, right? I mean, that would be kind of it would be kind of breaking the rules on that. You'd be a little bit too good, I would say. So I guess that would be the way the system kneecaps you a little bit, to be fair. But then again, I'm looking at this, it's like, okay, so their racial bonuses are kind of interesting because where the other classes get a lot more to like saves and all this other stuff, you don't really get too many to your saves because you're immune to most effects anyways. So instead you get +1 AC, +1 of your strength, then a bonus, +1 AC, you get slam attacks. It's good if you're like a physical damage dealer. So that's good to know. Huh, okay. Slam attack. Let's see. Increased hit die. Forsaken body possesses the toughness and the resilience of undeath. See, isn't there regeneration tied to the lower lore-wise? Yeah, and Bomb Swamd hates undead. Ah, yep. Fair enough. That makes more sense. Oh. Okay. The problem of evil and other philosophical conundrums, including Forsaken heroes, is an adventure party poses some challenges for the GM and players alike. Namely, evil. Not all Forsaken are evil, but many are, and other races view them, definitely view them as such. A non-evil Forsaken hero must work hard to prove his neutral, or perhaps good, intentions. Few good Forsaken exist, but many evil ones do, and their leadership is definitely up to the nefarious ends. The GM should think carefully before allowing evil Forsaken heroes to be made, as these are heroes after all, so they should be good or at least neutral. Fair enough. Immunities. Undead are immune to lots of stuff, so this can make it a challenge, or make it challenging to design adventures that properly endanger the Forsaken player character and the party as a whole. Poison, backstab, and many spells and other effects are useless against the Forsaken, and keep that in mind that the player character's opponents know this just as well as the player character. Do not go out of their way to poison or backstab a Forsaken. Fair enough. Similarly, dozens of denizens of Azeroth know Forsaken weaknesses such as positive energy and supposedly immediate destruction at 0 HP. Motivation. Why would a horrible undead creature join a group of heroes adventuring? Especially when all he wants to see is the Lich King destroyed and his kind ruling over the ashes of a dead world. Most Forsaken are pretty despicable, and their motivations as a race are evil and destructive. Yet, this doesn't mean that your Forsaken has to be that way. Heroes are exceptions by default. Perhaps your Forsaken rebels against his race, seeking a better way to end the Lich King's reign, or to search for a way to reclaim his lost humanity. Very interesting. Screw that, you want to make an evil Forsaken? On the other hand, if someone picks Forsaken for the immunities, your GM's ass isn't going to include any poisons or that. Yeah, I know, right? Like, that's always, like, the tough part. Like, I will say, when it comes to, like, doing encounter balance, that's always the tricky thing, because you gotta, like, get an idea. Plus, also, like, let's say, for example, let's brass tacks here, okay? Let's be upfront. It's like, how sweaty are your players, okay? How tough are they min-maxing? Because if they're gonna like mega min-max this, then I'm gonna have to like really like up the ante, you know what I mean? And that's not fun, especially depending on like the type of players you have at your table. Because, for example, in my table, we have maybe one or two players that like to min-max. Like, they'll min-max very hard. Everyone else, they'll do light min-maxing in the sense of they make a character for roleplay, they would like how their character is, and they'll try to optimize that character within the boundaries that they've set. But you understand what I mean, right? That's always the tricky part I've always found, where it's like, how much is too much and how much is too little? Because you don't want an encounter that just ends before it starts, but you also want one that's challenging the players, but not challenging enough that the players are like, damn, this sucks. This is too hard. I can't believe we're doing this. You know, these are some of the difficult things that you kind of have to like figure out as a DM. And, well, we talked about that a lot when we were reading through 5 ebooks, but, you know, very important to know. Very interesting. Okay, well, raising the undead. Forsaken are immune to the more common forms of raised dead, so make sure you understand this danger before you play a Forsaken, especially because Forsaken tend to have fewer hit points than other races. Fair enough? Okay, now we're at like the big meat and potatoes here, the other classes. Okay, this works about the same way too, basic leveling up. I am kind of curious about this though. Let me just drink some water real quick. Cheers. Remember, stay hydrated, everybody. Okay, so the classes in Warcraft. Following are character classes offered in the Warcraft RPG. We have Arcanists, the masters of arcane magic. The Arcanists tread a very dangerous path, although the power that they wield is potent and lies within the potential to uncover the path to corruption and dread. Necromancers and warlocks tempt dark powers, while mages toy with the very forces of the elements. Okay. Barbarians, wild warriors of the steeps and wastes. These are brutish berserkers and axe wielders of orcs and the frightening tattooed warriors of the feral dwarven clans and human outcasts. Healer. Ugh. Alright, we're going to talk about healer when we look at the class because, not a fan. Healer's kind of bad. Let's see. Exemplars of the ways of redemption and faith. Healers are those who can mend the wounds and protect the world from the ravages of war and hatred. Druids, priests, and shamans all follow different philosophies. Or philosophical and spiritual paths, my bad. But in the end, they are all healers seeking to better the world and further the cause of their faith. Okay. We have paladins. These warriors uphold the tenets of the Holy Light and defend the Alliance from predations of the Horde. Found in most every corner of Azeroth, fighting the forces of evil and barbarians, these stalwart warriors of faith ceaselessly uphold their vigil against demonic forces beyond the Dark Portal. Oh, okay, right. So, I guess if we're, sticking lore accurate here, then that means, yeah. Wow, the Horde gets screwed. I guess that means, Horde still have shamans, Alliance get paladins. So, that's something to know, lore-wise for factions. Okay. You missed the TBC Blood Knights. Yeah, I do think the Blood Knights were a really good addition. It was really cool, actually. I remember, the first time I did the Blood Knights quest, it was really interesting. Yeah, they had the Naru, they were capturing it, and the whole quest line that you do with that, you go through what is it, the 1v1 to get your seal and stuff like that. I thought that was really cool. You missed the Wrath of the Lich King DKs. Yeah, the Ebon Blade was interesting. At most, it's I really enjoyed in Legion when they did the class hall stuff. I thought that was really cool. Oh, the Epic Mount quest? Oh, wait. Was it the, oh my god. Hold on, let me see if I remember this. Was it the one, remember where you go to, Dire Mall, and you have to, there's, this ghost horse that would run around, and you have to, build, or you had to, oh my goodness, I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that. Okay, I remember that quest. Yeah, you go to Stratholme, you burn down the last remaining holy place. Right, yeah. Yeah. No, it's funny. My bad. So I've actually done both of those quests before, so I got them mixed up. My bad. But yeah, no, I remember I did the Blood Knight one too. That one's really cool. Yeah, no, the Blood Knight quest line was really, really good, actually. Man, they should bring some of those things back again. I mean, I guess they kind of did a little bit with the Legion stuff. Yeah, no, dude, look, you went back in just for one last ounce of disrespect, bro. Yeah, I think I remember that too. Plus also, wasn't there also a quest in the Western Plagueland where it's I think it was to go and desecrate Uther's grave too, and then the ghost of Uther talks to you and he goes, "Why'd you do that, man? You didn't have to do that to me. I'm a good guy and you know that. Shame on you." And then you're like, damn, he was right. I remember something along those lines. But Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. Rogues, deadly masters of stealth. Okay, I'm very curious because, so I've kind of heard a little bit of things when it comes to how classes are done in this, where it's some of them are more involved than others, where it's again, this is based off of D&D 3.5, so some classes are just not good. I'm going to be real. 3.5 Paladin sucks, okay? And I think I remember seeing somewhere they asked why is there no monk in this tabletop RPG, and he said because monk isn't a real class. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Essentially going dark shaman but with light. Yep. No, but the other interesting thing that I remember seeing this was so my knowledge is healer sucks because it's 3.5 healer, but they made adjustments because you have things like shaman, you have druid, you have priest. So at least it's a little bit different. I think priest is still the traditional 3.5 healer class, which I'm gonna be real with you, it's still healer and it sucks, but hopefully it has some offensive casting, because that was the big issue. The spell list for healer was really bad because it's literally all defensive healing and not even crowd control, bro. It's just bad. You really have to try hard to make it work. It's are you really going to try to get to level 14 so you can get your unicorn or something like that? You literally have the same issue that Paladin had, where it was, getting, what's it called? It was just getting, a cavalier unit, basically. You would get your mount, and that was basically it. Actually, wow. Yeah, that makes sense then why paladins learn their mount, because they literally do it in D&D. Wow. The more you know. And IRL paladins are just armored monks. Okay, fair enough. You like the Tonka shamans, by the way. They don't do all the asking nicely. They don't twist the elements like the dark shamans. They just do it forcibly taking it, yeah. Okay. See, the tongue is on the earthen ring in the Vashir questline. He tells you not to mistake anything here. He doesn't work that way. Fair enough. Let's see. Okay, I'm kind of curious about this. A scout. Skilled in the ways of the wild. Okay, so it's basically ranger. Can track prey. Yep, fine. Let's see. Home at Azeroth in the woods. Scout can be found working for both the Alliance and Horde, sometimes with the highest bidder. Tinker. I'm very interested in Tinker. I think it's probably going to be, like another, what's it called? Oh my god, Artificer. There we go. Wow. Took me a second. Let's see. Gadgets, clockwork, and gears, among other things, are what drive a tinker to innovate and create. These innovative dabblers in technology or in technological arts create wonders useful to all adventurers seeking to make their way in the world. And then warriors. Yep. Yes, warriors. They're forced to be brutal. Northland is harsh land. You're not going to lay down your life because the spirit said no. Yep. Very true. Very true. Okay. Gaining levels. Yep. Okay. That works the same way. Oh, Stormwind jumps here. Oh my god. Okay. Whew. The music got me for a second. I was like, whoa, what the hell? All right. You know, it's not every day you get jump scared by Stormwind. Okay. All right, let's take a look. So now, classes. That is old art. All right. Arcane magic is a volatile and inebriating drug. That's a sentence to start with. Pure power distilled and channeled through the body to create an arcane effect. Many races wield arcane power carelessly, disregarding the lessons of the past. The Arcanist class encompasses all users of the arcane school. Let's see, those who seek power without regard for consequences, and those who think arcane might can be handled responsibly. Each arcane spellcaster chooses a distinct path. Right, so let's take a look at that. Wait, multi-classing in the Arcanist. Undoubtedly, at some point, someone will try to multi-class a combination of Arcanist paths. Right, I forgot you can just multi-class. How the hell does this work? Let's see. An Arcanist total level, regardless of the path, counts towards calculation. Oh. That's gotta be a lot. Okay. Makes mana buns. Did you say mana bombs? No, not Theramore again. I can't believe it. Okay, let's see. Alignments, they have good, they can have the best intentions, most are good and lawful, and necromancers are more of the unsavory morality. Okay. Scribe scroll, okay, yep, basic stuff. Arcane spellcasting. Wait, you get arcanas? Alright. Scribe scroll, arcanas, bonus feats. Okay, typical wizard stuff. Spell per day, okay. Arcane spellcasters require their spellbook. Okay, what about reagents? I'm just going to assume we're going to do the same thing that everyone does and just say, look, I handwave most reagents for spells because, let's be honest, you really want to tax your players for every single spell. I will say, however, if you're going to cast a high-level spell that requires things like maybe a diamond or onyx or things like that, that's when I would say, okay, maybe I will ask the player, it's like, did you buy the reagent for that, for certain things like that? But for other more common spells or like mid-tier spells, we can hand wave reagents because it can be just kind of annoying to sort of maintain upkeep like that, you know? So keep that in mind. Let's see, all level 0 spells. Let's see, okay, so you have all cantrips. Yep. Arcane corruption. Okay, interesting, what is this? Arcane energy that Necromancer or Warlock uses will corrupt her. For every 5 levels of Necromancer or Warlock, the character has her alignment take 1 step towards evil. Okay. With her current alignment. For example, or for instance, if Higgins, the human Necromancer, is lawful neutral at first level, at level 5, his alignment shift will be lawful evil. Okay. For more detailed information on that, check out Magic and Mayhem. Okay, arcane paths. We're going to take one of the paths, so basically, it's funny because, you know, it's basically you pick your spec, but more or less it's like, what subclass are you going to turn into? So in this case, it's like Arcanist, we have Warlock, Necromancer, and Mage. So yeah, we kind of get all this. This is basically talking about the other things like what are your tag skills? In this case, obviously Spellcraft. You have your things called Arcana, which, what is this anything? I'm sure it's going to tell us in a second here, what are the specifics of Arcana, but let's see. It's according to your level path. Okay, so that's just like, depending on your path, that's going to be a benefit that you get at those levels after you pick. Okay. Did I read the Horde player guide yet? No, I haven't read them yet. I do have them. But we'll see. We're just kind of hopping around a bit. So we're skimming through this book, and then we'll sort of see how we're feeling. Maybe we'll take a look at more of the other things too, because I am kind of interested in this. This is kind of fun for me. Let's see. Oh, you're right, because I know that there are, I think there are still prestige classes, like I mentioned earlier, but I don't know if that works the same way or not. But I guess we'll figure that out. The Pyre Master. Oh, okay. So I guess maybe it's like more faction specific stuff. It's very interesting how, you know, having more faction-specific stuff in this, because you really don't do that in most TTRPGs, because I'm going to be real, most of the time, you can kind of just let these things slide back and forth in like a typical D&D setting, but the faction is kind of important here, because that is most of the, you know, the world here. That's most of the lore, so it's interesting, because that does matter here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's look at our paths here. We have Mage or MGE. Okay. Let's see. What do we got here? Diplomacy, Sense Motive. Yep, standard. Summon Familiar. Very, very standard. Okay, so they got Call Elemental. And is that it? What else do you get? Oh, you get Counterspell at level 8. Oh, Enhanced Counterspell. Let's see. Is it always prepared, though? Let's see. In addition, the mage may counter a spell with the. Okay, I guess it's just always prepared. Okay. I'm not going to complain about that. Let's see. Any necromancy or conjuration spells cannot be counterspelled by this manner by mages. Okay, mages must use dispel magic to counter. Okay. Got Arcane Adept. See, a mage's dedication to neutral predilection. Oh, okay, so this is just like favorite school. Okay. Fire and Frost. The mages of the Kirin Tor first mastered the art of casting spells using the elements of ice and fire. Mages may memorize an additional spell per level as long as it contains the cold or fire elemental descriptor. The additional cast with the effect of maximize. Okay. You know what? That's actually pretty good. I mean, look, I'm always down for free meta magic. I'm just going to be real with you, okay? Not bad, not bad. Okay, let's take a look. We got Necromancer. Let's see. Necromancers twist the arcane magic to manipulate the power of death, commanding the undead. Generally in service of the scourge, they gradually take on the appearance of the dead, hollow eyes, shambling gaits, I don't know what that word is, pallid and sunken skin, and foul odors and so forth. I mean, look, if you're surrounded by a bunch of dead bodies, I would assume you'd probably smell. Okay. Let's see, they gained additional arcana. Let's see, Death Touch. Is this like anything specific, or is this just like Grave Touch? This is just Grave Touch. Okay. Fair enough. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but okay. Let's see, Death Resistances. What you're hearing is you can make yourself a Death Knight by mixing Warrior with Necromancer. Actually, yeah. It seems like that's the case, because at level 8 you get Animate Undead, but, you know, it'll take you a while. It may be a bit of a weird gish, because you're going to have a lot of dip level, but, I mean, why not, right? Okay, let's see. Death Resistance. Necromancers become immune to all death spells and magical death effects. This immunity does not protect the Necromancer from all sorts of attacks, such as hit point loss, poison, petrification, and other effects that they may be lethal. I mean, you're not immortal, you're just immune to instant death. Why level 8? I know, why level 8? That's such a high level. I mean, look, I get it, but like... Look, man, other casters can just learn animate dead or raise undead. Before that, like, ugh, that's so lame. I mean, well, then again, this would be as a supernatural ability. This would be like an additional effect. You know what I mean? So you would have this innate. Like this is outside of like your regular spells you learn. So, I mean, maybe? I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Necromancer may animate undead corpse or undead creatures, controlling vile magic at your disposal. This ability acts like the spell of the same name, but with the following exceptions. Necromancer may use this ability any number of times per day. Okay, so it's your level divided by 2. The limit of undead the Necromancer can control is equal to 2 hit dice per level. Interesting. Let's see. The amount of undead controlled by this ability counts towards the number that can be controlled with the animate dead. Okay, so you can't stack both of them. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Oh, no problem. Thank you, Hawkins. Let's see. Level 12. Dark arts. Necromancers are skilled in wielding magic that causes pain and suffering and death. Mastering the dark arts allows the necromancer to cast spells from the necromancy school at a +1 caster level. The DC and the save DC for such spells is increased by 2. Really? I mean, I guess it's basically the same thing as Arcane Adept, but like, I guess. I mean, it's just okay. Nothing like super amazing, to be honest with you. Create undead. The necromancer's knowledge of undeath reaches such unsurpassed depths that he can create powerful undead. You can use this to create creatures or create undead twice per day, like create greater undead once per day. The ability is cast at the necromancer's path level. Okay. Welcome back, Hawkins. You know, okay, so necromancer is kind of weird. It's like, it's almost good. I just feel like they should give animate dead a little bit sooner, IMO. I mean, maybe move that up and like, okay, level 12 dark arts is so lame because it's, look, dude, you could just get focused magic or like focus school necromancy or something like that. You know what I mean? There's other feats that are literally this. I mean, I guess it's free, but it's at level 12, bro. It's like, ain't no one taking that, bro. Added at level 2. I mean, yeah, duh. I mean, isn't that the point of you playing a necromancer? To raise undead? Like, come on, bro. Alright, in that same vein, what about warlocks? Warlocks can devote themselves to tracking with the demon and other vile beings, seeking the roots of demonic power and other dark knowledge. They initially appeared on Azeroth during the First War when Gul'dan, the first in their kind, led the horde through. Jesus Christ, what an interruption here. Oh, okay, so this is like, wow. You guys, you could have like put this down a little further, you know? Let me finish reading the class description here. But okay. Okay, so this is like talking about stat blocks for your demons or your summon creatures. Yeah, learning about familiar abilities. Yeah, then you get alertness, improved evasion, shared spells. Okay, so this is kind of reminding me a little bit. Wait a minute. No, wait, hold the fuck up. Bro, this is just Spiritualist from Pathfinder. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's this is just how your Spectre works. Well, damn. Okay. Alright, fine. Alright, let's read what else I got. Fel Companion. Let's see, can summon a Fel Companion. Yeah. Must be an evil outsider. See, the Fel Companion died. Bro. Wait, if you fail the saving throw with a companion. No. When you're. That's diabolical. Should the Fel Companion die in service to the Warlock, you need to make a Fortitude save. And if you fail, you lose 400 EXP. Okay. That's such an old game thing. Ain't nobody doing that, bro. Ain't nobody. That's so lame. Success reduces the loss to half that amount. Bro, who is doing this, bro? I'm not doing that. That's boring. Wait, or, okay, alright. In addition, the Warlock must make a DC 15 will save or take 1d6 of stamina damage as the Bro. Dude, that is so punished. Holy shit. So if your pet dies, okay? Your summon dies, your companion's dead. 1, you need to make sure you don't lose EXP. And then 2, you have to make sure not to have a goddamn heart attack, bro. Imagine taking the full D6 of stam damage, bro. You're taking 6 con damage. My dude, you are going to die. You're gonna be super weak. I mean, sure, lore-wise, accurate, I guess. But, like, still. Fits more with hunters as they see their pets as beloved. Yeah, like, sure. I could see that being more effective, but this is like, this is just annoying gameplay design, I guess. Okay, Summoner. Warlock receives the Augment Summon feat for free. That's great. My problem is summoning builds are kind of lame. Or it's like, I'd rather summon one creature that's very good and, you know, you can have a more direct control with, than summon like 10 dogs or like 20 spiders. That's kind of annoying. Wizards finally have a rival to compete with. I know, right? Let's see. At level 6, all conjuration summoning spells cast by the Warlock have their durations doubled, as if the extent... No! Okay. Alright. So, alright. Mages get, Enhance. Necromancy gets... Which meta magic did they get? Because I'm seeing a trend here now. Hold on. Okay, so this is just like... Okay, they don't get exactly one. This one gets one. This one gets one. Okay, so they get free meta magic. Alright, cool. Let's see, the extend spell feat is applied. The level of augmentation, okay, it doesn't change. The ability stacks with extend spell. Dude, so you're just gonna have like a whole army of minions running around at all time, and I'm like, they may or may not even be good. That's just, that's a pain in the ass, bro. And it's like, it's not even summoning demons, it's summoning random ass creatures. Couldn't we have reflavored it? Still, it's just kind of meh. I mean, I guess, like, look, it's basically modern demonology in that sense, but, like, still, I don't know. Okay, Enslave Outsider. The Warlock is adept at convincing outsiders to do his bidding. When a Warlock casts lesser planar binding, or greater, or normal, add his ranks to that. Okay, so you basically do that to keep him in check. Do you lose EXP if these random mobs are, or the trash mobs are? Okay, you lose EXP if you're Fel Companion, so it's a specific companion that you summon. Yeah, trash mobs, no. The one you made a contract with, or the contract with, yes, you're right. Exactly, Hawkins. Okay, fair enough. Demonologist. The craft of conjuration is the primary focus of the Warlock, and in taking the mantle of the Demonologist, the Warlock sacrifices knowledge and other practices. The Warlock casts conjurations. Stop with the fucking... it's giving me a headache. No, I don't want to use conjure summoning. Why couldn't they just make this cooler and just let you summon a demon and just make the demon cooler? Why is it gotta be I summon 50 dogs? I roll 10d6. This is how many dogs I summon, or something like. It's so annoying. Like, I mean, I guess reflavor them to being demons, but like, come on, bro. That's just kind of lame. Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. So if your companion is supposed to act like a specter from Pathfinder, at this point, just make it a spiritualist and then give you like witch hexes from Pathfinder 1. Come on, you get your curses, you get your demonic companion. That's so lame, bro. Wow. Okay. I'm sorry, complaining a bit. I'm just like, I see the potential, but this is weak, bro. This is kind of lame. My bad. I'm just a little baffled by the design decision, but okay. Then again, 20-year-old book. Why should I complain? Anyways, let's see. Demon Mastery. The Warlock has learned Let's see, the compacts and rights necessary to bind demonic creatures to his will. Let's see, reviews control, Same as an evil priest, commands undead. The undead, Arcanist path, Okay, so you just do that and bolster out undead controls. Same way an evil priest rebukes the undead. Okay, so you can just, like, attempt to control a higher demon. Okay, fair enough. You face Jirax. I rolled a nat 20. Give me my demon. Eridar, Lord of the Burning Legion. Oh, you guys. Oh, man. Okay, Barbarian. I am literally expecting this to be a copy and paste. Wait a minute. Why is a Wolf Rider PNG over here? You see this? Okay, sure. Well, I'm expecting this to literally just be Barbarian from, like, regular 3.5. I'm assuming that's it. Oh my god, damn, bro. He's going through it. Let's see, what do we got here? Fast movement, illiteracy, rage. Okay, so this is like just regular Barbarian stuff. Uncanny dodge, yeah. Okay, so like nothing has changed. Literally nothing has changed. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, healer. You know, that's actually a really nice art. Okay, cool. Really don't see... haven't seen this art before, though. Okay. Mancrick is not in the same... No. Unfortunately, is not. Okay, healer. Let's see. Druids are present in the Alliance and the Horde. Both Night Elves and Tauren. Humans, that's... While Night Elves priests honor a loon, the Moon Goddess rumors also tell a priest among the Jungle Trolls and the Forsaken. Alignment, druids are usually neutral. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, affiliations. Druids are present in both the Alliance and the Horde. Priests are more common in the Alliance, and shamans are encountered almost exclusively in the Horde. You know what? Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. See, spirit is the source of a healer's insight, so basically your wisdom score. Okay. I'm curious. Multi-classing the healer. A healer's total level. Okay, so this is the same thing that it talks about, like, when we were reading about what if you were multi-classing, like, Arcanist with Arcanist to maybe, like, double dip and say, I want to be a wizard and a necromancer. Okay, so it basically works the same. And basically just says, okay, well, your spells are better. Shamans in the Alliance back then were, what, Furblogs? I guess they were Furblogs? Like, I mean, okay. It was like, what, Furblogs, which were the loosest beast race that were allied with the Alliance? Yeah, that's it, because I'm like, Gnolls definitely were not allies of the Alliance. I don't know, there's really not much, yeah. I don't say the name right. Or Furbolg. Or they ain't blogging. Look, I don't know, bro. Furblog. Look, bro. Like, that's how I called it when I was a kid, okay? What no one ever told me. That's just how I've always said it. Yeah. Let's see. What else have we got here? Okay, so I am curious. Is this just, like, regular healer, or is this going to be something different? I'm kind of curious. Oh, helmet messing work. Dude. Oh, man. Good old Hemet. Ah, man. I like Hemet. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. So these are just clerics. Wait, okay. So, no. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember. Do healers have domains in 3.5? I don't think so. Maybe they did. I can't really remember. Let's see. Okay, so basically, yep, they use that. They can't, let's see, are they proficient with weapons? Well, okay, at least they're proficient with weapons here, because they, were not proficient with weapons in 3.5. Okay, gains a domain. They actually have a BAB. Okay, that's good. Well, at least it's decent. It's not great, but, you know, is what it is. Their saves are okay. Brew potion, inspiration, bonus feats. Okay, I'm kind of curious, though. Because from what it sounds like this turns into cleric And if these are just cleric, that's pretty damn good. Okay, let's see. 1 of 3 paths, worshipping, da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Chaotic, evil, good, lawful spells. Healers can't cast any spell of an alignment that's opposed to their own. Okay, classic. Spontaneous casters. Okay. So basically just divine spell casting in a nutshell. Turner undead. Okay, yeah, these are just clerics. Domains. Healers can gain access to domains related to each path. Da-da-da-da-da. Healer for when the healer for when healers gain access to a domain. What a way to say that. Each domain grants special power. Lesser and greater. Let's see, prepare additional spells. Okay, so it's just being able to use that. Gain special abilities called inspirations. Okay, so that's going to basically be that. Okay. Through a potion. Okay, well, at least they have that as a ability. Let's see, what else do we have here? You can choose meta magic feats and item creation feat for spell focus. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie about that. Let's see. Okay, so they're basically like kind of like a cleric, but let's see if it stacks up. Okay, druids. Druids can draw their power from nature, handle animal, knowledge nature, style. Okay, basic tag stuff for druid. Yep. They have rebuke undead in this case, or return a rebuke. Spells per day. Okay, inspiration, strider. Druid may move through any sort of okay. Has normal speed without taking damage or suffering any impairment. Prior's thrones. Leave no trails. Animal companion. Okay, interesting. Let's see. You may gain a new one by performing a ceremony requiring 24 uninterrupted hours of prayer. This ceremony can also replace an animal companion that has perished. Okay. And then you pick another one from the list. Wait, you get all that at level 1. Okay, so you get animal companion and then stride. Level 4, you get wild shape. See, druid gains a temporary form, functions like polymorph. Yep, okay. Druid loses his ability to speak in animal form because he is limited to the sounds only a normal animal can make. He can't communicate to others with the same general synchronistic form. Okay, so basic stuff. Dream walking. Druid may enter the Emerald Dream once per day. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is basically regular basic animal companion stuff. Not going to look too deep into it because, well, we kind of already get the point there. What the hell is this? More alternate animal companions. Okay. Let's see. This ability does not work in cities or blighted lands, and travel to and from the Emerald Dream functions like a plane shift spell. See World of Warcraft in the introduction for the description of the Emerald Dream. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny to say that. A druid can bestow the same effect of Strider onto a number of creatures with them. Okay, so is I mean, I guess you get an animal companion and you get to run fast. That's all you do. Okay, what else do you get? Dream walk. The druid may choose to bring a companion number equal to your spirit mod into the dream world with you when you use spirit walk. Or dream walk, okay. Nah, just give me a dog. Let's see. Timeless body. At level 16, a druid no longer takes ability score penalties for aging. Right, dude. Okay, alright. Aging. I ain't using that, bro. Look, we ain't doing that. That's another old game mechanic where it's like, sure, you could keep aging as a status because it does technically increase your wisdom and intelligence score, but it reduces your strength score and your other things. It's a pain in the ass mechanic. We can kind of hand wave that. We can move past that. I'm just saying. Okay. Wow. So you're basically effectively immortal and you cannot die of old age. Cool. Awesome. That's... Druid's okay. I mean, I guess if the spell list is as good as it was, sure, but like, it's okay. It's not great. It is what it is. Okay, what about priests? Okay, spontaneous casting, yep, turn rebuke, domain, same stuff. Okay, let's see what are the inspirations. Priest Faith can grant a +2 divine saving bonus, or divine bonus, on saving throws against any spell Wow. Level 1? Okay. Priest may use this bonus a number of times equal to 1 plus your spirit mod per day. Wow. So I can just say, yeah, I'm going to just use this +2 bonus to save my ass here. Pretty good. Let's see. This must be declared before the saving throw is made. Okay, fair enough. Because we don't want it to be an immediate action or, reaction. Bonus increases by +1 every 2 levels. Damn. That's really good for a level 1. Okay, level 2 or level 4, we get Smite. Sacrificing your highest spell slot, the priest can gain a +1 divine bonus damage when attacking an evil outsider or an undead. Let's see, may use this ability a number of times per day. Sure, I guess, but like, meh. All right, compel. Impose her divine will upon another living being once per day. And okay, it's basically suggestion. Let's see. Okay. Priest gains an additional use of this ability per day at level 14 and 20. Okay, sure. And greater ages. Once per day, the priest may choose to protect those around her with a shield of, wow, way to just dump a wall of text here in the middle of my face. Oh, these are the different domains. Light and Shadow, see that for the Night Elves. Let's see, Faith of a Holy Light, Cult of the Burning Legion, and the Sect of the Dragons. Priests of Deathwing can substitute Destruction Domain for healing. Okay. When's the escape from Strathholm? Bro, now that's a crazy suggestion. Oh my god, bro, that's a crazy suggestion. You have the players start off in Strathholm and it's right before the culling and you're like, okay, we gotta get out of here, and then it's like, what's worse, do you fight the undead or do you run into Arthas, bro? You pick. Dude, someone did make a machinima video of Left 4 Dead, but it's World of Warcraft. Dude, that's what it is, bro. You're literally doing a Left 4 Dead campaign. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Greater Ages last for a number of rounds equal to +1 of the spirit mod. Dude, it's just, dude, wow, priests are kind of OP. What the fuck? Okay, that's really good. Really, really good. Greater Compulsion once per day. It's just mass suggestion. Okay. They use the banjo as an explosive weapon. Nice. Very fitting. Okay, shamans. Okay, good aligned shamans can spontaneously cast, where evil shamans can spontaneously cast inflict spells. Neutral shamans can choose either cure or inflict as their first level. Okay. Let's see. Shamans have access to elements and spirit domains. Let's see, augur. The gift of insight is a curse for many, but the shamans have since mastered the ways of reading omens, signs, and portents. Using the skills listed below bestowed upon him by the spirits, a shaman can see into the spirit world and prophesize. He has the ability to cast the spell augury once per day, like a spell-like ability. His caster level equaling to that of the. Okay, all right, that's not bad. You want to do a campaign where we're adventuring during Warcraft resetting now? I think that could be a really cool idea for a campaign because there's a lot of active things going on. It could be very interesting. Let's see. Level 4, Flame Tongue and Frostbrand. A shaman learns to capture an elemental spirit within a weapon he wields. By sacrificing any prepared spell slot of the first level or higher, a shaman can imbue their weapon with either flaming or frost properties. A weapon cannot bear both elements at once and loses its special property if it leaves the shaman's hand. Pretty good. I kind of like that. All right. Let's see. A shaman can imbue this weapon once per day. Doing so is a standard action that provokes attacks of opportunity. Okay, so just do this before you get into the fight, or at least when you 5-foot step away. Okay. Flaming weapon deals 1d6 extra damage, and a frost weapon deals 1d6 extra cold damage. Okay. We got Ghost Wolf. The shaman gains the ability to turn himself into a large wolf with ghostly white pelt. This ability functions like polymorph. Okay, lasts for 1 hour, or until the shaman changes back form. Standard action to change, and it doesn't provoke an attack of opportunity. You know, I'm kind of seeing the vision here a little bit. I'm kind of seeing the vision. I kind of like it. You know, you can make like a good old enhanced shaman, bro. I'm liking that. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see what else we got here. We have Purge. Shaman learn the ability to snuff out the threads of magic that fuel spells, empowering others. Shaman can make a dispel check. Okay, so you just get dispel at level 20 or level 12. Let's see, effective against any transmutation spells, things like Bull Strength. DC check is 11 plus the caster's spell level. Okay, not bad. And then Rebirth. Oh no, shop, bro. By sacrificing a prepared spell slot of the 5th level or higher, a shaman can bring a dead comrade back to life. This ability functions exactly like the spell Resurrection, with the following exceptions. The slain comrade cannot have been dead for more than 8 hours and must have the same affiliation or alignment as the shaman. A shaman may do this once per day at level 16 and twice per day at level 20. Okay. You can make Thor in World of Warcraft. I mean, you literally kind of can with this setup. That's pretty good. Okay, what else we got here? We got our domains. We have your animal domain. We've got death domain. Okay, so these are basically like your regular domain stuff, but we are going to take a little bit. Okay, speak with animal, wild empathy. Okay, just diplomacy. Let's see, lesser power, death touch. Yep, use death touch. Okay. Let's see, unhallowed aura. Okay, so it's basically just evil aura. Hand of Doom. You cast destruction spells at a +1 caster level. Amazing. And Mountain Kings. Oh yeah, actually. Yeah, you could definitely do a Mountain King. Let's see. Nuke. Bro, are you shitting me? He just called it nuke? Okay. Once per day, you imbue a weapon with devastating energy. Once the weapon is imbued, the first strike that it deals +1d6 of damage per path level, to everything including you within a 20-foot radius, ignoring hardness. Everyone caught in the blast must make a DC 20 reflex save for half damage or suffer full damage. The imbued weapon retains this property for a number of rounds equal to the healer's spirit mod. Bro. Oh my god. I'm thinking about this now. This has got to be like a super shit post. You're gonna just nuke your whole party. My man said, well, I get to attack more than once with this. Bing, bing, bing. All right. Rack up that damage. All right. Elements. Master of Elements. You cast element spell at +1 caster level. Let's see, elemental aura. You can generate elemental resistances. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so these are just more of the different domain stuff. Okay, it's aight. Hunter. Wait, what? It's Hunter. Wasn't it called Scout? Ain't no way, bro. Hold up. Typo? Just use it on a throwing weapon. I mean, true. But if we're going... actually, no. I was going to say, if it counts like the shaman one, after it leaves your hand, it goes away, right? But I don't think it counts. Hold on. Does that count? Or would it go away once the weapon leaves your hand? It imbues the weapon. Okay, with the first strike. Okay. All right, no. You're right. It is just, I guess, on that weapon. Yeah, okay. Then if you put it on a spear, then yeah. Dude, troll priest with nuke on your spear and you just chuck it. Bro, it's like the nuke in the catapult scenario, bro. Okay. Hunter, which should be called Scout, right? Because unless it's literally a typo back in the start. You know, I guess here we are. Damn, that's some art, bro. Okay. Sting, a hunter can conjure poison. See if the attack misses. Sting has no effect. Creatures are immune to poison or immune to sting. Serpent Sting. The attack deals 1 additional point of damage, and the poison deals 1 additional point of damage per round. Scorpion Sting. Let's see. Target must make a fortitude check, or lose 1. Oh no. bad. Mm-hmm. Okay. I lose 1d4 points of strength and 1d4 points of agility, equal to the number of rounds of the hunter's level. And then Viper Sting. Dude, how many times are we doing this with poison? Or be unable to cast spells for one full round. The sting has no effect on non-spellcasters. I mean, that's good. It's kind of like what's it called? It's a little bit like I almost want to say like a Slayer in Pathfinder, because it's like you're focused on like taking down enemies, but in this case it's more like you're a poison master and you're using these different things to your own effect, or to like get special effects. Let's see. A troll priest with nuke on your spear. Absolutely, bro. I think that works 100%, Hawkins. Okay, let's see what else here. Okay, alright, so now we're talking about aspects. At level 3, a hunter's connection to the wilds allows him to adopt natural attacks and defenses from the natural world. Okay. Okay, so you have your switching aspects as a free action. A hunter can only switch to one aspect per round. And, okay, so no overt signs indicate which aspect is active, though, although the hunter's behavior slightly. For example, a hunter adopting the aspect of the monkey moves with a lanky stride, swinging arms, but when he adapts the aspect of a hawk, he makes sudden movements and his eyes keen dart about. Okay, let's see. Aspect of the monkey, gain evasion and make reflex saving throws. Okay, deal no damage. What about hawk? Perceives vulnerabilities. It gains +1 insight bonus on range attacks for range damage rolls. Okay, that's pretty good, actually. Wait a minute. Okay. Let's see. Moves the grace of beasts. Yeah, making it impossible. Aspect of the cheetah. Mimics the cheetah's swiftness. Base movement speed increases by 5 feet per 5 hunter level. And then aspect of the pack. Reads his companion's movements with greater things. Okay. Considered to be flanking. Interesting. Return to monkey, of course. And an aspect of the wilds. Deeply in tune with nature, granting him protection of the world's dangers. Gains +4. Dude, these aspects are kind of good, actually. That's nice. Tame animal. Hunter gains spiritual or supernatural bond with enemies with animals that allows him to interact with them on a spiritual level. A hunter may attempt to tame an animal whose hit die is equal to or less than his own, -2. Okay. Hunter uses both animal or natural and supernatural means to compel a creature to become his ally. To do this, the hunter must be within 30 feet, must be able to see and hear, and attempt to take 1d or 1 round per hit die of target. Okay, and you make handle animal checks. Okay. No, these seem pretty good, actually. Kind of surprised. I was expecting it to not be very good, but no, it's not too bad. And you get animal companion, and animal companions are kind of good, depending on what creature you get in old tabletop games. So, fair enough. Oh my god. Okay, let's see what else we got here. We have Hawkeye. Let's see. 7th level, Hunter's sight improves. Increment for all ranged weapons you use are now increased by 150%. Okay, not bad, not bad. Tames the Worgen, bro. Dude, do you remember in Wrath of the Lich King when people were going to like the Worgen Island and then just taming a Worgen as a pet? And then I remember they had to patch it out because everyone had Worgen as a pet, and they're like, that's mean, you can't do that. Or like, they're like, it's bad, you shouldn't be able to do that. I remember that being like a thing. Tame a druid. Remember, druids have deeper lore for transformations in Warcraft. Extended durations of being a druid or transform and turn them feral because of essentially allowing a spirit of that animal to inhabit their body. Yeah, like I remember, was it Steam Vaults? Or not Steam Vaults? Yeah, it was Steam Vaults, I think. Oh no, it was Underbog. Wasn't there that one druid that was tamed as a pet? Or something like that? Kind of remember seeing some stuff like that. Let's see, Tame Magical Beast. Okay, get to do that. What else do we have here? I like that Night Elf Hunter starting package, bro. They know what you're gonna play. Oh, that's great. Oh, and Ashen Veil. Some druids have just lost their mind. Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Let's see what else we got here. Paladin. Okay, I'm very curious how this is going to be, because Paladin was notorious for not being good in 3.5. Okay, here's the problem. In 3.5, Paladin technically is pretty good. They get really good passives, they have other good benefits. The problem is they're a mad class. They require too many stats, or they're like multi-attribute score dependent, and it's just not good because they're mad. Like, you need charisma, you need strength, you need constitution or wisdom. Or no, you need wisdom or constitution. So it's like you need strength for obvious damage, you need constitution obviously for health and saves, and your charisma is your spellcasting stat. So yeah. Someone forgot space bar existed at 11. Hold on, wait a minute. Oh my. Dude, what the hell? What is this typo, bro? Paladins are the embodiment of the goodness. Dude. Okay, well, at least we know we found more typos, because this is a typo. Then, like, hunters are just called rangers in the intro, which completely wrong name. Okay, cool. Affiliation, alliance only. Yep. Okay. Charisma is the most important stat for a paladin, as many other spells and abilities are based on charisma. Spirit determines your spellcasting potential. Strength is important because of the paladin's a frontline fighter. Stamina helps keep them alive. Again, mad. Multi-attribute dependent. Not very good because of that. But how else? What else is there? Yep, Aura of Good, Detect the Dead, Holy Strike. Okay, this is just Smite, but... Oh, wait, no, this is... It's better Smite. Okay, cool. Divine Grace. Auras. Damn, they have Aura. That typo reminds you of Dungeon Soup in the Unicorn episode. Oh, man. Let's see. Hopefully we get to see more of these. Okay. Aura of Might. You can activate an aura once per day and gains auras. Paladin's Aura of Good is persistent and does not count towards that. Paladins can also use a hero point on activation. Okay, so you can use your hero points to, like, toggle which one you're using then. Okay, fair enough. I am curious, so what auras are we getting here? Okay. Oh my god. Let's see. Oh my god, bro, it's Uther. Look at him. Damn. The Aura of Chad, I know, right? Let's see. Alright, Aura of Might. The Paladin and her allies receive a +1 bonus on damage. Okay, cool. Devotion Aura, +1 to AC. Healing Aura, wait. Paladin gains fast healing, 1, okay. Aura of Retribution. Deals damage with a melee attack to the Paladin. One of her allies takes... Okay, so... You know, return damage, 2d4 of damage. Wow, that's actually not that bad depending on the situation. Resistance Aura, bro, they like... Almost, I thought it looks like it deleted the bottom of the line there. Paladin and her allies gain spell resistance or wisdom. Damn, these kind of remind me, like, all of these different auras, they're just like party-wide versions of Inquisitor's like effects that they used. Yeah. You like the older WoW UI? No, yeah, the older WoW UI was just cool looking. A little clunky, but really cool. Okay. Divine Health, immune to disease at level 3. Standard. Turn undead. Okay. Lay on hands. Pretty good. Damn. Wow, they are loaded as hell, bro. Their first dead level is level 8, dude. New one is sold. The new one looks generic. That's the problem. In my opinion, like, the new one feels like it's trying to be Final Fantasy XIV. But that's just because you can customize it so much. It also has that wider and took up less space, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Wow. Can we talk about this? Alright, Paladins get, like, no dead levels for, like, the first 7 levels. They get a lot of stuff, actually. It's pretty good. Fist of Justice, Bash. It's Code of Conduct. A Paladin must be of good alignment or loses all their abilities. Additional, Paladin's code requires respect legitimate authority. Act with honor, not lying, not cheating, not using poison, so forth. Crusade Strike. At level 5, a paladin can string together multiple holy strikes in a shining display of holy fervor. If each hits a creature with more than one holy strike, the strike is furthered, deals for... Oh my god, bro. Alright, yeah, nah, there we go. There we go. Yep, that's it right there. 10th level paladin hits with that. The creature hits 2 holy strikes, it deals +3, and then if she hits it again with the third one, it deals +6. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. That does it. That would explain why it's pretty good. That, and you're right, actually, they don't get their stupid mount either, so that's a really good trade-off. Holy shit, that's pretty damn good, actually. Not bad at all. Okay, well, now we have a rogue. Subterfuge. Let's see. Using trickery and combat to vanish at the slightest distraction. Rogues are a welcome addition to any group of adventurers. Ideal spies, deadly to those who can catch unaware. Rogues have no problem finding their place in the world of Warcraft, in bold. Yep, anyone can be a rogue. Yep. Let's see. Okay, backstab, because now this is interesting, because this is something they've added. Rogue deals bonus damage. Okay, the rogue deals extra damage anytime her target would be denied its AC. But okay, so it's just sneak attack. Never mind. I thought it was changed. Now it's just literally sneak attack. Okay. Extra damage. Score a critical hit. It's not multiplied. Counts as a backstab if only with 30. Wait, what? Range attacks. Okay, so it's basically the same rule for sneak attack. Never mind. I thought it was different. Okay, that's fine. Same-o, same-o. Trap finding. Okay, so this is basically rogue from 3-5, right? Crippling strike, yeah, okay. Finishing strike. 12-round action can make a finishing then follow-up attack with a deadly blow. Combination strike requires that the first melee hit successfully hits the target, and then they make a second one, which is rolled like a normal attack. Okay. Okay, so that's at least, like, feeling a little bit different. Sure. Yeah, okay, and these are the other additional things. Okay, alright. Understandable. Spell stopper, yep, they have kick. Yep, that sounds about right. Okay, well, it looks like at least sneak attack deals a lot of damage over time. Like 10d6 at level 19, okay. But let's be realistic. Okay, let's say we're level 7. 4d6 plus, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Oh boy, sprint. Yep. Let's see. A rogue with sprint adds +10 to their movement. Yep. Lasts about that long. Let's see, feint. A rogue may play... let's see. Oh, it's just extra feet. Okay, I thought it was feint. I thought that was something else. Scout. Wait, okay, so scout's here. Interesting, okay. So what is scout, actually? Oh, this is just like an NPC thing, I think, probably, because this... I mean, alright, if we're doing a campaign where we're exploring Kalimdor, or like a jungle, maybe we're going through Ungaro Crater, okay? Maybe this would be the way to go. But this just seems like a weak version. This is like just Survival Hunter, but like bad. Yeah. Yeah, meet the scout. Okay, this I'm kind of curious about the Tinker. Let's see. Begins with a bonus feat, so Tinker thing, same thing for goblins and gnomes. Pack rat. Tinkers tend to carry about packs and pouches full of heavy tools and spare parts, so and inventions that are finished and incomplete. So doing so, they quickly develop the ability to casually shoulder casually otherwise crushing burdens. Okay, I'm kind of curious because so this is a little bit more than just Artificer, which is good because that's kind of what I wanted from something like this. All right. Scavenge, a tinker of 2nd level or higher can put out devices, random parts. Oh god, what the hell? Your overall technology score? Okay, so this is still using stuff from Artificer, but okay. Spends days, weeks, or months constructing things. Manufacture or malfunction rating. Okay, so it has the chance for the malfunction to happen. It also does that. All right. Bomb bouncing. At level 4, tinkers learn to add esoteric techniques, make mad goblins, pass along to their brethren. The art of bomb throwing. Okay, so no, this is just alchemist. That's what this is. Okay. I mean, that's okay. I like Alchemist and Pathfinder, so that works out. Coolness under fire. At 5th level, a tinkerer has employed his skills in a dangerous situation often enough to know how to remain calm under fire. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that's good. I mean, it just bumps up your base rate for that. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Is there, like, anything else? That's really it. Okay. I mean, it's just okay, I guess. Nothing super amazing, but, you know. A little underwhelming. And then warrior. I'm assuming this is just fighter. Yep, it is just fighter. We can just skip that. Okay. Okay, multi-classing. Okay, so these are the prestige class. Wow, that is a crusty ass picture. Okay, let's take a look at the prestige classes. Arcane Mage of the Kirin Tour. Yep, Violet Citadel. I'm assuming this is just like more of this, yeah. Okay. Arcane of Fire. Ability to change energy. Okay, so you can change energy, and also if it's of that type, it can reach a bigger distance. Okay. Oh, yeah, literally just high arcanas and all of that. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I think I see how it is. Okay, so your race levels are 5 levels. Or no, they're 3 levels. Never mind. They're 3 levels. Your prestige classes are 5. And then your regular class goes up to 20. So I guess it's like you can sort of pick and choose how you want to do it. I would just say just pick your class, maybe put a couple of levels into the race, depending on if you like the abilities or not. And then just, I guess, just go off of that, really. Assassin. Oh, damn, it's Garona. Or wannabe Garona. What else we got here? Okay, more backstab, poison. Okay, this is basically like old school. This is just what's in regular 3.5. Well, this isn't, though. Wait, this goes up to 10? Okay, this is... You can tell they put a little bit more effort into this one. Okay, this is just Rexar. Yeah, this is just Rexar. But it's like cooler Rexar, though. Because they're like, okay, let's just make Ranger, but like way cooler. Bro, Magic Fang is a SLA? Bro. You could just learn this spell, though. Rexar is a hunter, too, though. Yeah, I don't know. This is just okay. Berserker. Oh, come on, bro. Nah, they got the toesies out for this. Bro, they couldn't have picked a better image to use for like a Berserker. Okay, so it's just more rage, more stuff. Oh man. Look, this is the guy that's coming up and cheap-shotting you and backstabbing you in the Warsong Gulch, bro. It's this guy. Duelist. Remember. Oh, man. Uncanny Defense. Okay, this is just... What is it? Aldori Duelist. It's okay. It's meh. I guess this is just kind of the case. Like, you know, most prestige classes are just kind of bad. I'm gonna be real with you. Blizzard used to be an indie studio. You're right. You're right. They used to be an indie studio. You're very right. Every time you see that name, you're reminded of the Dead Minds Machinima. Oh, man. The Elven Ranger. Let's see. And is that it? Yeah, okay. This is just favorite classes. Fellsworn. Knights of the Burning Legion. Okay, that's some cool art, too. And Gladiator. Two-handed mastery, get critical strike. It's two-handed fighter. I mean, this is interesting, but this is more like... it just feels like, what's it called? Like a variation of the, oh my goodness, it's that archetype that we were talking about in 5e for Barbarian, where like they gain bite and claw attacks. But this is just that, but you become into a demon, or you turn into like kind of a demon. Infiltrator. What do we got here? Okay. So yeah, it's okay. Mounted Warrior. Damn, that's hella old art. They ain't drawing that anymore. again, I really can't recommend mounted units because, look, actually in this campaign setting, it would work better because a lot of the areas you are in is outdoors and plainsy, depending on where you are. So at least there's space for it. It's just most of the time, I promise, I can't recommend playing a Cavalier or something like that, mostly because it's space. You know what I mean? Where are you going to move? Where are you going to run? If you get my point, right? Just some of the minor things you have to like think about when you look at that. Random lore question. What is WoW's calendar like? Is it a 7-day week? I think it is a 7-day week, right? It's a 7-day week, but I think all the days, at least like with the in-game calendar, it uses like the IRL calendar. I don't know. I don't think canonically, is there any other day or name for the days? I would just assume like it's a 7-day cycle, but yeah. Okay. All right, just same old. Okay, and I think that's really it because there's like we don't have to look through the rest of this. This is just like regular PHP stuff. Yeah, what do we got here? Yeah, skills, all this. Yeah, we can just skip around. Yeah, because all this stuff, let's be honest, we kind of know how to do it based on Dark Portal. Okay, cool. Anything else interesting in this? Oh, bro, this art though, that's cool. Look at his face. I love it. Great. You know what? Now we're at the fun part. Now we can just kind of scroll through and take a look around because a lot of this is just, you know, how do I say this? A lot of this is just if you haven't played 3.5, it's a lot of stuff that you kind of understand if you played like 5th edition or stuff. Aw. Gotcha. You know what? I'll hold that thought. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Look, I appreciate it because sometimes it's like I forget because it's just on a timer. Sorry. What's it called? But yeah, so a lot of what I'm seeing here is, again, this is just 3.5, okay? And it's like, if you don't know 3.5, I can give you a rundown on that, where a lot of it is basically like combat flow of 5e, but a little bit more elaborate. Think of it as like, I would say 5e is the easy version, where, 3.5 is more of the complicated version of it, where there's a lot more things you need to roll for, a lot more checks, a lot more buffs, a lot more other things, stuff like that. Oh, thank you, Kruznik. Oh my god. I'm getting hit with double audio. Oh shit. Appreciate it. Thank you. 8 months. Let's go. Woo. Appreciate it, man. But yeah. Ad's over. No problem. Welcome back, Hawkins. But yeah, so more or less, like, I think we can just kind of start skipping around here because the rest of this is just, feats, spells, other things like that. I'm going to be honest with you. I know a little bit about 3.5. I don't think we need to sort of go over that. We'll save that for when we actually look over, like, more 3.5 books in full, like actual 3.5. So let's just skip around through here because a lot of this just seems to be, regular PHB stuff, talking about, other feats, other additional things. Oh, damn, look at that art, bro. Oh, man. But you know what I mean? It's just a lot of like old stuff that we typically don't really need to know right now. We kind of get the gist. Bro, what is this? He's punching him, bro. Wait, look at the little angry face on the shredder, too. Oh, man. Let's see. Could you check about that? You know what? Yeah, we could take a quick look at it. Let's see. I think it is this book. Yeah. He has iron knuckles too. Yeah, you know what? Let me see. I'm curious. When did this book come out? Also, don't worry about that. I guess someone's name is just burned into the bottom of this. I don't know. I found this book is like probably a decade or so old. So don't worry about it. Wow, look at all the copyright on this page. Holy shit. Anyways. Interesting. Okay, so it has all these as playable. Okay. My bad, I forgot to punch in. Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, damn, there's a lot of stuff here. Look, just ignore that guy's name at the bottom, okay? Don't worry about it. Wow, it actually, okay, this is really cool. It does have, like, independent faiths, talking about all that. The Pantheon of the Zandalari tribe, the Cult of the Damned. Wow, it has all the other factions as well. That's... Okay, that we can kind of take a look at, because that's some of the more fun stuff. We are going to take a little peek at some of the additional races, because, look, I see Murloc there, and I'm like, you know they put that in there for a reason, you know. So we're going to just take a little look at that, because I am a little bit curious. Also, I love it. Like this book, have a question, go to the website. I'm pretty sure that webpage is dead. Probably. Bring pandemonium. See new allies, more stuff in the monster manual. Man, now this is old art. Very nice though. I like it. Dude, look at the Murloc. He looks so angry. Dude, Murlocs are crazy. Dude, they killed Vol'jin's dad. He died to a pack of Murlocs. I like fighting best. Nice. This chapter is dedicated. Oh yeah, okay. See, a place for everyone. This chapter is narrated by Bran Bronzebeard. Delve into the many dark factions included in the book. He discusses everyone from the Argent Dawn to the Earthen Ring and the Zandalari tribe. Okay, that's kind of a fun little... that's kind of a fun little thing. I think that's cool. Rips Engine, yeah, for real. Sociology, political science. Famed Dwarven... Dude, hold on, wait, is this whole book just... Hold on, is this whole book just narrated by Bran Bronzebeard? Let's see, it looks like some of these later chapters are. That's kind of nice, though. Look, it's that little goofiness that I think is great. It makes it more fun. Let's see, adventures. I expect you to die. This final chapter, let's see, this chapter includes 2 adventures for the heroes of any faction. Gold Knuckle, which includes a crazed goblin's plans to become the wealthiest creature in the world, and Lost Idol, which focuses on a hostile Murloc tribe. Okay, those are the things that I do really like. I do like a lot of these, like, little supplementary things where you create scenarios, and I do like sometimes reading through some of these, like, suggestions that are in books, because they're fun. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's just some more of the good stuff. Let's see. List of allies grows thin. Let's see. Wow. The Naga female and the Naga male, they do have different stats. And it makes sense, though, because I think it's like, what, only the women are casters because they're supposed to be sirens, where the males are more like the brutish. Yeah, Azeroth, Heroes of Azeroth begged for my help, and now I killed the wielder of the Ashbringer. Yeah, of course. Let's see. Okay, Dragon Spawn. Dragonflights of Azeroth are not without retainers and assistants. Oh, okay, cool. So they even are listed here too. Damn. You know, in case you wanted to play as this type of Draconoid. The women also have forearms. I mean, hey, right? Yeah. Let's see. Wormkin are physically powerful, and their culture teaches them to be submissive. Damn, bro, the kobolds evolved too hard. Let's see. Heritage immunities. Immune to breath. Red dragon spawn. Okay. Let's see. Wormkin. So are they just like scuffed dragonborn? I think that's sort of what's going on here. Except they don't seem to have a breath effect. Unless maybe I'm just skipping. Dark Iron Dwarves. Made a horrible mistake. The creature who answered the summon was Ragnaros the Fire Lord. Ragnaros' cataclysmic arrival shattered the land, scouring the armies, and ended the war. The Fire Lord then descended into what is now known as the Blackrock Depths, exerting his will over the now remaining Dark Iron. Yep, hatred against the Bronzebeard and the Wildhammer Dwarves. See, interesting that they were just actually here. Cool. Bro, what is this art? Dude, he's going Super Saiyan. Holy shit. I kind of like that. That's cool. Bro, dude, he's mega angry. I kind of like it. Let's see. Any other things? Is this a level adjust? Take up. Okay, no. Okay, so this just works the same way. Fire magic affinity. Yeah, I would imagine they have fire magic affinity, considering they live inside of a volcano and worship that. Let's see. +1. Man, hatred towards the other dwarves. They get their +1 bonuses. Damn, they get a lot of bonuses pretty much for their first level on their race. He heard you talking shit about his favorite brew. Yeah, for real. Bro, look at this dude. He's so spiky. Let's see. They hate most other races and attack intruders on sight. Very viciously defending their territories. Murloc tend to be weak individually, but their tribes are not large enough to pose a threat to the civilized world. Still, a group of adventurers who accidentally stumble onto a Murloc village can usually be deadly. Did you know the Dark Iron Dwarves? Let's see. Did you know that Dark Iron Dwarves have a custom where they bring their own food to feast? This is because, well, did you tell you about the GPU you bought during bought a special feature? No, what is the special feature on it? Wait, isn't it the Sakura card that you got, right? Or like the Sakura Blossom GPU, the waifu card? if I'm remembering correctly. Also, they bring their own food to feast. I'm curious. Why is that? Oh, also, do have actually some good news for you, Krusek. I've been working a little bit on the side here while I've been editing, and let's just say soon-ish, we'll actually have a Discord server. So we can just bounce things for like TTRPGs and other things. Wait, it has a fragrance? No. Do you just like hit an option and it's like, it's time to get the and get the Sakura blossoms? Oh my god. They live in a volcano, so there's a lot of ash, and let's see, their food gets ruined. A lot of that causes... Oh, they spice their food a lot to mask the flavor. It makes it easier to mask in the flavor of poison. And become a commonplace to bring your own food just to be safe is an acceptable behavior. Oh, you know, that makes a lot of sense. That's really good. I didn't even think about that. Oh, all right. Okay, I am kind of curious about this. Let's see. Hold on. I'm deep into the Murloc lore here, actually. Let's see. Murlocs started appearing on land, leading to some speculate. The race is either newly formed, or at least their ability to move on land is a new development. Some experts believe that Murloc race is in its current form is far, far older than this, perhaps predating even the Kaldorei Empire 10,000 years ago. If this is true, then they must have a good reason for clambering on a dry land. See, stand 6 feet tall. Wait, what? They're 6 feet tall? Damn, I forgot, bro. Look, look, that's the outcome of you being scrolled out in WoW all this time. Sometimes I forget how tall our characters technically should be. And then a Murloc is like, if they're standing upright, I guess they would be like the same size of a human, right? Some are tall, some are small. Let's see. If fan spins, it wafts in a perfume scent. It's not a refillable feature, and it lasts only about 3 months. Dude, that's... I'm just imagining that. The Sakura smell is like, damn, you know what? It's time to freshen up, and you just like hit the button, and you're just getting the scent. That's just so silly. Oh, man. Man, oh, man. See, Murlocs are in almost every color imaginable. Purple, orange, green, yellow, and many others. Their bodies are marked with patterns as well. Many Murlocs bear stripes and spots and swirls and similar markings. Their bellies are often a different lighter color than the rest of the body, and and Murloc scales shine like fish scales in the light. Turned on a certain angle, they glimmer with all the colors of the rainbow. Okay, I'm kind of curious. How does this work? Murlocs, independent. They hate all other races. Occasionally, they work with powerful aquatic races like Naga out of fear or misguided religious fervor. Each Murloc tribe has its own agenda, though scholars don't agree whether these agendas are ever more than just existing and killing anyone who comes close. Okay. Every once in a while, a Murloc tribe embarks on an adventure, but a Murloc joining the Horde or Alliance is unheard of. True. Let's see, region. As far as anyone knows, Murlocs don't have a single region they call their home. They've existed on coastlines throughout the different locations. They're plentiful in the South Sea. Let's see. You imagine Murlocs are necromancer. I know, right? There's so many undead Murlocs that you would see the people resurrected. It's like the whole swarm of them. Oh, man. Damn, now part of me wants to make a little Murloc campaign now where it's like, all right, players, you're now the Murlocs. You get to live out the Murloc RPG life. Good luck. You're Murloc, what's your objective? Survive. The adventurers are coming. You must defend the village. Good luck. There is a hunter and like 2 rogues on the way. Have fun. No. All right. Hit me. What's your idea? Gad Zone, hit me. Make him roll the highest, gets to play as the Naga. Oh, yo, you're right. That would be, okay, that would be cool. You're right. One of them could be like the Naga who's like in charge of the village or something, and that they're like falsely believing. Oh, man. Oh, dude, that sounds so cool. Oh, dude, I gotta write that down. That could be a really fun idea. Let's see. Oh, this is more of the necromancer archetype or the necromancer class you're working on for 5e, right? Right. Also, sorry for the spam in chat, everybody. But Murlocs worship whatever's the biggest creature. Then by that mean, do you think they worship the whale shark? I think they would. Let's see, Shadow Extraction. Starting when you choose this archetype at level 3, bind the soul of a slain foe, resurrecting them as a soldier. Maintains a physical thing. Grants undead fortitude. Proficiency. If you deal attacks deal necrotic damage equal to your proficiency bonus, you control a number of shadow soldiers. Equal to your bonus. Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah, that makes sense. That's pretty good. Look, so far I really like what you've been working on when it comes to building that necromancer class. I'm looking forward to seeing when you finish putting that all together in like a nice little PDF. Then we could like pull it up on stream one day and like go through it. That'd be cool. Let's see. Sometimes, yeah, the Murlocs worship the biggest thing. One tribe at least, I'm sure. Let's see. What else? If fish gave themselves names, it would be similar to Murlocs. Their names contain many wet, soft sounds like sh, l's, and m's are common. Their tribe names recall something of a tribe's accomplishments, like an appearance, a history, or a tradition. Interesting. Some of these names are so funny, like Bluegill, Grey Mist, Salt Spittle, Blinding Light, Murloc racials, and traits. Look, man, that's got to be your name, Murgly Gurgly. Let's see, Murloc. Well, Murloc's base land speed is 20. Oof, unlucky. Their swift swim is 30. Okay, never mind, that's good. Let's see, +2 to Dex, +1 to Wisdom, -2 Charisma. Yeah, I would imagine they're not very sociable. Murlocs are faster than most people realize, even above the water, and surprisingly focused and strong-willed. Their appearance makes most surface dwellers uncomfortable, however. Merc and Gurk. Yep, there you go, nice. No, they gotta both be like rogues. And they're just gonna like backstab you. Oh, man. Let's see, they're medium creatures. They have no specialty size bonus. Let's see, like all creatures with swift swim, Murlocs can move through the water. They can pass swim checks with a +8 on a racial bonus. Murlocs can always choose to take 10 on swim, even while distracted or endangered. They can use the run action while swimming, provided it's a straight line. Monstrous humanoid. Murlocs are monstrous humanoids, not humanoids, such as they are immune to hold person. Very specific wording. Mostly because a lot of these older TTRPGs. So like, for example, when we played Kingmaker last week, hold person, one of the enemies used it on us. Yeah, it's very specific. It has the clause for it. It must be humanoid creature. If it's a monster or any other variation of humanoid, it doesn't count. It's a lot of specific thing. A horde Murloc rogue. Let's see if anyone here gets it. Ward, Murloc, Rogue. Thinking. Let's see, hold on. They have a subtype of aquatic. They have dark vision. Yeah, it makes sense that they have dark vision. Amphibious. The torrent in disguise. Let's see. Murlocs can both breathe air and water indefinitely. They're uncomfortable on land, but can function on it. Dehydration. Uh-oh, hold on. Murlocs must immerse themselves in water for at least 1 hour once per day. A Murloc who spends 24 hours without immersing themselves in water takes 1d6 points of damage, and oh no, -1 attack penalty and damage, and every 8 hours they have to basically do the check until they're in water. No, but it's based on the Tauren Chieftain songs. No way. Okay, that I do not know. That's kind of funny. Let's see. Interesting. Okay. Cannot be healed by any means until the Murloc immerses themselves into water for at least 1 minute for every hour they're out of water. Okay. Automatic language. Nurglish. Okay. Common. Let's see. Bonus languages they can learn. Common, Dwarven, Naja, and Zanali. Sometimes learn the languages of creatures they interact with. Race levels. Unlike humans and some other races, Murloc can take a few levels. Okay, so basically same thing as before. Favorite class is Scout. You know, makes pretty accurate. I am Murloc and rogues do it from behind. Oh, yeah. Oh, whoops. Oh. I haven't heard that song in so long. Oh my god, wow. Yeah. Dude, Power of the Horde and I Am Murloc. Oh, dude. Oh, man, I haven't heard that in so long. Now I'm thinking about it. Damn. Wow, thanks for that. You just hit me with that. You're tearing up the night. Oh my god, dude. I remember those from when I was like younger. I was a kid or something. So level 3 Murlocs gain proficiency with net. Yep, that sounds about right. Okay, improved dark vision, improved swim. Wow. Increased land speed. Well, at least they knew. Okay, Murlocs are surprisingly good at shooting things. You remember Oxhorn? Actually, yeah, I do. It's funny. I was talking with one of my friends the other night after we watched that that video from Platinum where he was talking about WoW Machinima. I remember the Oxhorn videos. I'm like, oh my god, dude. I'm like, I remember that when I was like a kid or something playing WoW. So that was very interesting. He's still around and he does Fallout videos. I do know that part, yeah. Well, unfortunately, I know the part that like people argue with him all the time about like lore and stuff, and it's like, you know, it's cool that he's still doing lore videos, but I don't know. Apparently people have like complaints where he's like getting stuff wrong, but I don't know, dude. I'll be honest, I really don't really watch his stuff anymore now, so maybe I'll take a look, because I do know a little bit of Fallout stuff. Speaking of, actually, I do actually have that official Fallout TTRPG book that they made that we could take a look at too one day, because that is also kind of interesting. Okay, look, part of me is like, the more I'm reading Murloc, I'm like, I know it's kind of bad, but part of me kind of wants to play a Murloc, the recent one. Yeah, I think it's based off of Fallout 4. I think I'll check. I have the book somewhere here. I can take a look at it later. I do have a copy of that PDF we can take a look at. Don't worry, I've got a bunch of TTRPG books that I like reading through for fun, so I mean, hey, if it's not that, we do have a bunch of other things we can always read. I mean, look, then again, we've got tons of books for this. Same location, the Cult of Adam, and a giant rat worm. Oh, yeah. Let's see. We have Naga. Up when we know about this. See mutations. Oh, no shot. They have Pandaren. Okay, I was not expecting this to just be here. But yeah, no, Pandaren is here. Damn, even back in like, what, 2005, Because everyone remembered good old Chen. And Chen in his wandering keg. Yep. Let's see. Pandaren are tough and quite friendly in their isolated culture. Has limited exposure to intellectual stimulation. Let's see. Plus agility, they get combat expertise, wisdom, agility. Damn, if only monks were in this system. If only. Bro, Quillbore, bro, who's playing a Quillbore, bro? Yeah, okay. Kind of surprised. Then again, I say that, and meanwhile, I'm someone who's like, I want to play a Murloc. You know, fair point. Let's see. Samwise, let's see. The inventor of Pandaren wrote a book called Last Winter involving humanoid pandas known as Pandeer. No. I did not know that. Hawkins, I want you to know. I will, oh, yeah. Hold on, I gotta hit that. I'm gonna let that go through, but, you know, I just want you to know that word that you used was kinda the auto mod did not like that. I'll let you know that. So I was like, I know what you're saying, but you know, that is kind of funny that I just noticed. I was like, wait, why didn't the message go through? Oh, okay, I see. You're good. But yeah, you're right, because there's a lot more like beast tribes that you can just be in this. Like, look, you could even be a satyr. Damn, bro. It even talks about Xavius here and his role from the War of the Ancients. Damn. Wow. I was not expecting to see Xavius in this 20-year-old book. That's kind of cool, though. Whoa, why is the spacing so weird here? Why is it goblin? Unless... Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm seeing the art of this. Okay, that's kind of crazy. They look cool. Like some art that people drew of it. Very interesting. Very, very cool, actually. Not bad. Let's see, the concept was before Garrosh did his Orca short. Yeah, that's true. You're right. It was supposed to be a mismatch of like as many people as they could get. Let's see. Oh, satyrs just get backstab automatically, bro. So they're always basically dipping rogue. Oh, bro, you get the Tuskar. Let's go. Hell yeah. Bro, look at that. That's a great picture to use. See, Tuskar dwell along Northwind's northern coast. They live in the Boran Tundra. Tuskar, space, have little space contact with anyone. Dude. Some headcanon for Tuskar lore along with the other stuff. Oh, really? I did actually really like the Tuskar. I thought they were pretty cool. Let's see. Sturdy can endure weather. It's simple society, but not allow for much intellectual stimulation, probably because of their isolation. Yep. Bonus weapon, they get proficiency with nets, cold resistance, vital statistics across the board. Okay. 12 years, 500 years, 800 years, 80 years, 300 years. Damn, I forgot. Everything lives hella long in fantasy settings. Everything but like human, but that's the point. Let's see, they would like to include Murlocs, Quillbores, Centaurs, Trogs, etc. You think Garrosh would have used them as fodder? Yeah, probably. Tuskars are fishing fanatics, the more than WoW tells you. Not talking about your headcanon, by the way, no. Yeah, no, that I figured as much. Because they really are, like, super big fishing fanatics, at least from, like, what I know. That, and it's, like, any other thing, it's like, that's just their whole culture. I mean, they're supposed to be basically walruses, but, you know what I mean? Tuskar had a reference in Monster Hunter? No, I didn't. Tuskar view your ability as fishing as directly related to your morality. Really? If you can't fish, then you must be evil. Damn. Well, it's a good thing you can always learn fishing like at level 1. Oh, man. Let's see, what else? Variant classes. Oh my god, the turtle. Okay, so there are just additional versions. Oh, the Nightmare Druid. Oh, okay, so you can have like the Emerald Nightmare. I see. Interesting. Okay. What else do we got here? Martial Enchanter. Inscriber. Wait, for what classes? These are just all Druid? Oh, okay. Alright, and these are mage variants. Arcanic Alchemist, Alterations. That's a cool art of a Quillbore, actually. Let's see. Okay, so this is just more stuff linking back to their other book, which, to be fair, they did make quite a few books for this. They had an event on Dragon Isles where you need to help make soup, and at the end they did Monster Hunter themed animation. Or it's a torrent. Oh, you're right. Wait, is that a torrent? Oh, no, you're right. This is a torrent. My bad. My bad. I wasn't too sure at first. Like, it looks like it would be a Quillbore, but there's no... Yeah, I think it's a torrent because of the back here. Yeah. It took me a second. I wasn't too sure. Yeah. Wait, this is Super Potion Spectacular. Okay, that's kind of a fun name. All right. Okay, so this is just more... Yeah, Meta Magic Tinctures. Okay, I do like me some Meta Magic, and providing another way to dole that out is always really good. Elementalist. Damn. If you want to be a Twilight Hammer cultist, that's one way to do it. Interesting. I'm surprised that wouldn't be for shamans, though, but it's a... I guess it's a variation of an arcane caster, because you're corrupting the elements, right? So, I mean, that's one way to do it. Let's see, rogues, contenders. Rogues are Hazaroth's jack of all trades, yep. Oh, damn it. Wait, hold on. Regular dude? Yeah, I don't think it's Van Cleef. Van Cleef wears like the full overcoat, I think. Is that like a cat in his backpack? Right over here? Let's see, what else we got? Contender alterations. Does this have maneuvers? Okay, no, this is just... Oh, wait a minute. No, hold on. Contender changes position. That's good. Greater disarm. Okay, so it is a little bit like maneuvers. It's still no tone but battle, though. But you know what? That's fine. Lone Wolf, a Rune Master. The hell's a Rune Master? Man, it's in More Magic and Mayhem. I'm sure I have that book somewhere, but probably won't look at it tonight. Probably gonna go for like, go maybe like another half an hour or so. Let's see. Lone Wolf Rune Masters are the only Rune Masters who know the secret of the runes of the Flashing Blade. Flashing Blade? Okay. Let's see, though it is merely a simple rune, and it's a pattern along and sand and skilled. Okay, Okay, so basically it gives you better BAB and then extended effects. Oh, it literally just gives you extend meta magic. Punch you with arcane. Wait, so wait, hold up. So then this is just Dustblade. Oh. Rune Master is one of the concepts they had for class before DKs. Oh, that makes more sense. I could see that then. Okay. Let's see, Dungeoneer. Is this just Factotum? I'm assuming this will just become Factotum. Yeah, Dungeon Sense, Subterranean Sight can be with it. Okay, well, maybe not these two last parts. But Subterranean Sight, that makes sense. Dungeon Sense, obviously, that makes sense. It's a little bit of... It's like Factotum, but without, like, the main mechanic. Aquatic Shaman. Wait, hold on. I see Ghost Shark up there, but hold up. Okay. Lightning Lash and Frostbrand, so instead of fire, you get lightning instead. Aquatic Shaman cannot create Flame Tongue weapon. Instead, they create Lightning Lash weapons, which deal electrical damage instead of fire. Okay. And let's see. Ghost Shark. Okay, that's kind of sick. Let's see. This ability functions like Ghost Wolf, except you turn yourself into a medium shark. I'm not gonna lie, I think that's so fun. I think that's really cool. Okay, Warlock variant, Shadow Mage. Some say Shadow Magi develop a Shadow Bolt spell. Bro, come on. I mean, is this going to be the same thing? Okay, Shadow Mage Altercations. Let's see. Spell Companion as the standard Warlock ability, so same thing, same bullshit. Commune with Shadows. Voidwalkers are a Shadow Magi's preferred companion. Okay, so you can get Voidwalkers. Alright. Insidious Caster. The Shadow Magic gains +2 on caster level checks to overcome the spell resistance. Shadow Jump. Jump between shadows, like Dimension Door. Unironically, I think this is the best archetype for Warlock right now. At least considering what we read before. Umbra Master, okay, DC increase. Let's see, Invoke Shadow. Prepare any additional spell per level as long as it has the Fel descriptor. This additional spell benefits from the Maximize. Dude, okay, yeah, no, that's just... Yeah, if you're gonna play a Warlock, just play Shadow Mage. This is just way better. Let's see, Racial Iconic Classes. Goblin Tinker. Oh man, look at this art. Whoa, look at the cool... Alright, the Quillbore looking kind of crazy. Goblin Tinker. Okay, these are just like ideas for combinations. Naga Mage, Naga Priest of the Tides, Pandaran Warrior / Wanderer, Quillbore Shaman. Okay, that's just cool. That's a really cool look. A Satyr Hellcaller. Oh. Or Ward Dancer, now Wanderer. Oh, you're right, hold on. Oh, you're right, it is Ward Dancer. My bad. Let's see, creature class. Wait a minute. Oh! So this is if you wanted to play as any other creature, so things like Harpies, Nerubians, and Ogres, to name a few, are naturally more powerful than humans, orcs, and the other standard races. Race levels can correct this problem to a degree, but some creatures are so powerful that even racial levels are not enough for the balancing factor. One solution to this would be giving a creature a level adjustment. This method was introduced in Lands of Mystery, okay, so in their other book. Problem is with every level adjustment is that the creature must be of a certain minimum character level to play. For example, to play as a Dryad, described in the Alliance Handbook, you must be at least level 9. You cannot play a Dryad character in a group of level 1 characters. Yeah, fair enough, because Dryads are just, that much stronger, to be honest. Okay. Interesting. No, this is good. I like that this is included, because I know some other books really don't include this, because if it's outside of the playable races, they usually would recommend you not try to play as it. But I do like that there's a way here that if you did want to try to play as that race, or as that monster, there are ways. I think that counts. So I'm cool with that. I think that's a good idea. Let's see what else we got going on here. Bro, you. So you can play as a Nerubian. You can. It definitely can be possible. You would just need to do some level adjustments, but you can play as a Nerubian. I think that could be a good idea. Think about it, like a Nerubian Shadowcaller or like a Nerubian Shadow Mage. Yeah, I could see that being really cool. You'd be kind of a menace. Well, you got to make sure your DM would be okay with it, because that's kind of hella power gaming. I'm going to be honest with you. Because undead resistance is plus that? Yeah, okay. Let's see. Only Nerubians can take levels in the Nerubian creature class, for example. If you're a creature... Yeah. Okay, so basic stuff. Make sure you're playing within the bounds. Bro, dragons? Damn. There are many times in history when dragons would join forces with the War of the Ancients. Let's see. The Horde forced dragons to fight for them in the Second War. Currently, dragons keep watch on important sites, ensuring that creatures do not violate them. Huh. Let's see. Legends say that in ancient times, beyond telling, many dragon flights existed, yet 5 flights held domain over their brethren. Let's see, the Titans chose these 5 flights. Yep, okay, so... Yep, there it is. You got Alexstrasza, the Lifebinder, Malygos, Spellweaver, Altharion, the Earthwarden, Nozdormu, the Timeless, and then Ysera, the Dreamer. Dragons become adventurers often, though they might not think of themselves as such. They may be wandering scholars seeking to expand their knowledge of the past or of magic. No, I do like that. I do like the idea that you could be a dragon going around just trying to gain more knowledge about the world. There it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's like, look, let's be honest, we kind of knew what happened with that, yeah. Let's see, Neltharion fell to a mysterious, lasting madness. Neltharion rechristened himself as Deathwing in the War of the Ancients. He was flighted, he and his flight committed atrocities to the other dragon flights across all of Azeroth, and since that time, black dragons have been seen as the enemy of other dragons and all good creatures. Black dragons undoubtedly move in disguise amongst humans and others seeking to slay and influence. Interesting. I mean, it's interesting that even though, you didn't have to say it outright, they still mentioned something, and that's fine. There is a reason why they are technically the bad guys. So, yeah, makes sense to me. Damn, there's like a whole list of stuff for you to turn into a dragon. And, yep, you have your level adjustment. You start level 1 red dragon whelp, begins with 0 gold. Yep, sounds about right. Is it just going to go into each different whelp here? Oh, it is. Okay, I think. Flamewalker. Little is known about Flamewalkers. Oh, the lizard dudes from the Firelands. I remember that. Let's see, there are unwavering servants of Ragnaros the Fire Lord. They answer to the monarch, but that monarch answers to Ragnaros. I see. A common thing to get wrong. Oh, Waker, not Walker. Whoops. I'm sorry. I'm so bad at reading. Let's see. Flamewaker. See, Flamewakers are immortal, but that is not the case. While they can live for 1 to 2 millennia, eventually their fiery bodies burn out and they explode. Oh, they just explode. Okay. Well, good to know. Venturing Flamewakers is an unknown site, and no Flamewakers ever left Ragnaros' domains for other than pursuits. However, Ragnaros may send Flamewakers out from Blackrock Depths for his own purpose. These Flamewakers may appear to be adventurers, and such, a Flamewaker may join forces with an adventuring party if he thinks doing so will further his task. Interesting. 90% of people will get this one wrong. Interesting. Well, it's kind of cool that this is even included, so if you really wanted to play as this, you can. Again, like I said, I think the more interesting part about this whole book is that there are options to play as a lot of these more monster creatures, or like monster, like beast tribe people. That's good. I like that. That gives more variety, and it lets you sort of make more interesting characters, I'm going to be honest with you, whether it be a player or an NPC. I do like that these are options on the table, you know what I mean? Hey everyone, get in here! Yeah. What else do we have? Hey, there it is! Nerubians! Okay, I'm kind of curious a little bit about this. Yep, they have agility and intellect. Wow, it's almost like they're really good for spellcasting. Or, sniping. Whatever works. Let's see. Oh, I kind of like that art. You see them sneaking up. Okay. Let's see, Nerubian traits. +2 agility, +2 intellect. Nerubians are smart and, despite their cumbersome appearance, remarkably quick and deft. Small quadrupled. As small creatures, a Nerubian gains a +1 size to advantage, or +1 to AC, +1 to attack rolls, a +4 on stealth checks, and a -4 grapple checks. Yep, fair enough. I don't think grappling that's going to really work well for anyone. Let's see. Since a Nerubian's body is not humanoid, armor must be specifically crafted for them. This means that it costs more than normal for explained in the Armor for Unusual Creatures section. Their base movement speed is 20, but Nerubians also possess climb speed equal to half their base land speeds of 10 feet. And like all creatures with climb speeds, Nerubian has a +8 to that. Okay, so what else? Dark vision, expected. I cast Beetle, throws a fistful of bugs. Yeah. Let's see. Aberration. They're aberrations and not humanoid, so they're immune to effects that specifically target humanoids like Hold Person. Natural weapons. A Nerubian has a strong mandibles that he can use to bite opponents. As a single bite attack, it deals 1d4 bludgeoning and piercing, and also... Let's see. Okay, yep. More information on the monster page for it. For more information about that. Nerubians get a +4 to spot check and stealth. Automatic is common and Nerubian. Bonuses, Draconic, Dwarven, Low Common, Thelysian, Zandalai, okay. Nerubians also learn the languages of creatures in which they occasionally interact with. If you play as a Nerubian, you must take a level in the Nerubian creature class. Favored weapon is Warrior, and multi-classing does not count for that. Okay. Or their creature class. Frozen Mind. Some liken attempts to telepathically communicate with Nerubians with drilling through solid ice. If a Nerubian or the Nerubian has a +2 racial bonus against saving throws against mind-affecting effects. Wow, mind-affecting effects. All right, and fear effects. He's completely immune to telepathy. Damn. Let's see. Web, dude. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, they're a spider, and having web for free is like always really good. So. Can't argue with that. You know, you have your claws at level 2. Can use your claws as a natural weapon. Each one deals 1d3 of slashing. Yeah, the music's getting more ominous for that. They're not immune to undeath too. Growth. A Nerubian achieves medium size at 2nd level and a large size at level 6. These changes have the following effects. Okay, it says. Okay, so your bite base damage goes up. Your claws go up. Your size changes, your carrying capacity goes up, and some bonuses change and move around. Okay. Fair enough. Let's see. Poison. At 4th level, Nerubian develops a debilitating poison. Wow, my bad. English is hard tonight. Let's see. Poison initial, secondary damage of 1d4 strength. Pretty good. Secondary at level 80 turns into 1d6 strength. Damn, that's really good, actually. Yeah, Nerubians are pretty good. Not bad. And each time you put a level into them, you're getting more things. Like, you're getting growth, you're getting more damage. Like, you're getting stats like crazy. So, you know, not bad. Not bad at all. Bro, ain't no one playing a sea giant. I'm not letting this happen, bro. You're not playing a sea giant. Because you're playing a goddamn giant. Yeah, pulverize, growth. Okay, so same sort of deal. Rock throw. Wait a minute. With this same stat block and idea here, if you want to be a giant sea... Okay, you know what? I may make an exception for that one. That one is pretty good. You know, it's funny though. Seeing this here, this table... Bro, can I be a stone giant? Like, at that point, like, hell. May as well. What else we got here? Okay, so here's are just like more extra feats, more. Damn, bro, that's crazy. Okay, so these are just more stuff, more feats and stuff. Bring pandemonium. Oh, new prestige classes. Yo, we got the brewmaster. Let's go. Giant sea pirate where I drag the ship with me and my crew. Hell yeah, dude. It's actually in one of the books. Oh, that's cool. Dude, you can just be a brewmaster. Hell yeah, dude. Oh man, it even has all the different Pandaren brews here. Yo, flurry of blows. Okay, there it is. Look. They said that they didn't want monk, but here it is. They brought They brought drunken master monk. Let's go. It just had to be a prestige class apparently. Or is this just straight up a new class? Okay, no, it's a prestige. Yep. Okay. You know what? That's fine. Look, I was like, how come there's no monk? Well, there you go. They put monk in. You just had to prestige it. Oh, speaking of that, yo, it's a Death Knight, bro. Alright, that caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting that. Well, there you go. Death Knights in the world. Death Knights are elite servants of the Scourge. Few Death Knights exist, but they're all fearsome individuals, brutish people, or brutal people who willingly pledge their souls in service to the Lich King. Yep. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Alright, so what do we get? Like, what's the fun stuff? Unholy Strike? Okay, so it's just anti-paladin. Okay. Anti-pasta paladin. Same thing, just inverted. Yep, your class. There you go. Alright, what else do we get here? Vampiric Runeblade powers? Damn, bro. Also, Typesetting, bro. You kind of fucked this one up. Okay. Let's see. Resistance to saving throw. The weapon provide. Wow. Okay. So the weapon gives you a bunch of resistances. Death Knight can command it to deal an additional 5d6 points of cold damage to a target. No save. Bro, come on. All right. That's a little much, don't you think? Whenever the weapon scores a critical hit on a living creature, the Death Knight regains damage. Yeah, okay, regains healing equal to the point of damage. Okay, that's really good. All right, what do we got? Vampiric Runeblade. Level 2, undead minions. Bam, there you go. Let's see, Alabaster Skin, Dark Grace, Death Coil. We gotta read some of these, hold on. Vampiric Runeblade. Undead minion, a Death Knight may forcefully raise, or may raise a force of undead to serve as potential combinates. Works as animate dead or create undead. Use it twice per day. And his create undead ability once per day. He cannot use both on the same day. Okay. Wow. This is, again, just better Paladin. I'm impressed. Alabaster Skin. Your skin grows or hardens and grows pale, resembling marble or alabaster. His hair also develops a streak of white, and some Death Knight's hair completely goes white as they process, or as they progress in power. And gain +1 AC. Okay. Dark Grace, same thing. Death Coil. Not bad. Just straight up blast the damage. Okay. Spell-like ability. Death, let's see. You use it twice per day. Damn. Okay. Death Pact. Use Death Pact, same thing. Like a regular spell. Undying. Level 7, the Death Knight becomes immune to all death spells. Okay, so same effect from the Necromancer, but we also get the invert here, where positive energy now damages you and negative energy heals you. But you do not gain the other benefits of being fully undead. Okay. Get Dragon Sworn. Oh, damn. Very cool. Sentries, the great dragonflights, notice potential in the younger races, and they select few. Traditionally, the most well-known Dragonsworn are druids in service of Ysera. Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, damn, it's Onyxia. Let's see. Okay. So you basically become a servant of the Dragonflight, learn Draconic. But like, what do you do? Like, what's your shtick? What do you do? Secret of the Aspects. Dragons must entrust there with ancient teaching, ancient magics, spells known to orders such as the Kirin Tor are formidable, but dragon aspects have practiced magic since before even the Night Elves. Adventure studies like that. Excellent level. Eldritch Knowledge. Enhanced Sense. Okay, so you're like a super spellcaster. Ah, okay. And then depending on the Dragonflight is what spells you get. Okay. Alright, that's not bad. People following you, Sarah, the free naps. Yeah, I know it. Training of the Dragonflights. Push your body to the limit. Power of the Aspects. Damn, this is actually like really good. Yeah, Draconic Claws. Okay, yeah, you get your claws. Scales of Power. Grant her energy resistance to the same type of her breath, and you get +4 to AC. Wings of the Aspect. Go into that, conjure wings. No, this is good. I like it. High Divinist. What is this? Oh, you just get meta magic as your feats. All right, cool. Look, you know me. I love me some meta magic, so I'm not going to complain about that. What else we got going on here? Divine Reach. Okay, so this is like... Okay, if you were playing a healer, which is basically cleric in this game, yeah, no, this seems like a good idea because it's just doubling down on being a cleric. I mean, why not? It's increasing the range of your divine spells by like, what, 60 feet? I mean, that's pretty damn good. I'm not going to lie about that. What else we got going on? Okay, some more additional domains that you can sort of pick. Naga Anomaly. I guess this is just specifically... Oh, Oh, okay. I guess. Okay, so this is when you go through 3 mutations. Okay. Oh, so this is when like you become like the really brolic ones. Bro, he's huge. Bro, he's been hitting the gym. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh no, you have grapple. Also spells at will. Okay, yeah, you kind of turn into a raid boss, literally. I think that's what goes on. And then you have your mutation table. Pandaran Transcendent. Okay. Oh, yo. Storm, Earth, and Fire. Interesting. Transcendent Fist. Transcendent Path. Okay. Interesting. Such as spells of bloodlust does not apply. Channel win. Okay, this is kind of an interesting sort of spin on things. Subversive. I think it's just what, another rogue variant? Yeah, no, it's another like hunter variant with tracking. Dude, where's things like Spellbreaker? Scarlet Battle Mage. Damn, bro. There is a Scarlet Crusade race, or a Scarlet Crusade class that is requirement human affiliation. Scarlet Crusade, at least initially. Fair enough. Let's see. Avenging Blade, Battle Magi. Okay, so Pyromancy. Specializes in fire magic to incinerate her enemies. The focus is greatly increased. Wow. Wow. A 5th level Scarlet Battle Mage deals an additional plus 20 points of damage with Firebolt, since it normally deals 10d6 points of damage. Okay. Never mind. Let's see. Deals -1 points of cold damage per die. Okay. Obviously, you're just focusing on an enemy or an energy type. Scarlet Inquisitor. Oh my god, bro, that art goes crazy. Okay. It's interesting seeing that there's like so many Scarlet Crusade options. Vindicator. I do like that. It's a nice art for that. Interesting. Hunter's Mark, really? Not what I expected, but alright. And that is about it. Yeah, because then this is just history of the different factions and things like that. Yeah. Okay. Well, not bad, not bad. And then this is more lore and stuff like that, but, you know, we're not going to go super in depth on that. Let's see. The Scarlet Crusade definitely deserves a little respect because they were cleaning up the Plague Lands and hit amongst the church. Yeah. Factions are up next, probably. Yeah, now I'm starting to see it. It's like going through the factions and talking a bit more about like some of these things. Like this is breaking down like the Scarlet Crusade. Like who are important people, like who's Ashara, who's Hakar. Okay. Let me just do... Oh, I have to do a quick time check. Okay. You know, I do want to take a look at that Thorium Brotherhood section. And then I will probably get us ready to sort of start wrapping up. But I do want to go back and read that. I think I skipped it. It was like up here, I think. Damn, Kill Jaden and the Orcs. They're really just going through the whole thing. Let me see. Where is it? So I think it should be listed somewhere in here. Let's see. Hakar, Argenton and the Scarlet Crusade. Green and Red Flights. Dark Horde. Dark Iron Dwarves. Let's see. Hakar the Soul Flare. Oh, yeah. Oh, my bad. It's Hakari. No, Hakar's down here. Hakar and the Gurubashi. War of the Three Hammers. This is just talking about like the formations of different religions. Yeah, the independent faiths are here. Let's see. Old Gods. Peltanunkiraj and Cthulhu. Look, it's funny. When I was a kid, like we were talking about bad pronunciations before. Or when I was a kid, I used to just say it was Sithun. I didn't know. I didn't know I was a kid. But no, it's Cthulhu. I learned that as an adult. Oh, man. Let's see. Xavius, he was so corrupt that he became a demon before he died. Yep. He worked with Ashara, Cult of the Damned. Oh, let's see if we can find... Oh, bro. Holy shit, dog. That goes crazy. I forgot. Some of the art in these books are insane. Good point. Let me see. Is there... the factions. Here we go. Sorry about that. Let's see. It's cool. I do like that there's like adventure hooks here too. Like if you wanted to try and like get people in on this stuff too. Cult of the Damned. Where is it? Dark Horde. Dark Moon Fair. Nice. Let's see, Defias Brotherhood. Wait, hold on. Membership of the Defias Brotherhood is 18,000 people. 18,000 people, bro. Damn. That's way more than I expected in the Defias Brotherhood. Dragonflights. Okay, we're gonna have to like scroll through all the dragonflights here. Right, we could just like word search it, but I think it should be in this section of the book. Explorers League. Oh yeah, it should be here. Far Striders, because now we're talking about like other organizations. Scarlet Crusade. Syndicate. There we go. Thorian Brotherhood. Neutral Evil, really? Okay. Some humans think that all dwarves are greedy. They just don't recognize the difference between deep spiritual connection with the earth and petty gold fever. This isn't to say dwarves are never greedy. The Dark Iron clan's lust for power tore the mountain asunder, figuratively and literally. Yet the line of Dark Iron bred a group of dwarves so covetous that even the power of the Elemental Lords couldn't contain it. You may know them as the Thorian Brotherhood, purveyors of high-quality weapons, armor, and enchantments. Thorian Brotherhood predates the Third War of the Hammers. Originally, it was merely one of the numerous crafting guilds operating in Ironforge. Brothers were always worried about another guild possessed secrets that they didn't have. The Brotherhood would often acquire competitors' goods and then reverse engineer them. And thus, that's what they discovered the enchantment. I see. Okay. During the war, the Thorian Brotherhood naturally sided with the Dark Iron clan when Ragnaros enslaved the Dark Iron dwarves. Firelord sent what remained of them to work in his forges along with their kin. Huh. Let's see. Well, most of them were resigned to enslavement. After all, they were still doing what they were doing before, and now they had a powerful patron. Not so the Thorian Brotherhood. The member of this guild, great talent was being wasted on mass-producing weapons for the Fire Lord's armies. Thus, Oilfist, former apprentice to overseer Lokthar, devised a plan of escape, and with their knowledge of enchanting across the forge, and access to the forge, the dwarves crafted under their noses of their masters weapons and armor and tools that allowed them to escape Blackrock depths. Let's see, every free Dark Iron dwarf I've met got as far away from Blackrock Spire he could. I suspect that the Thorian Brotherhood would have as well, except that the formulas they possessed all required components found only under or around Blackrock Mountain. Thus, they were compelled to set up shop across the Searing Gorge and from their former home. Using formulas they had acquired or created, they made enchanted weapons and armor for anyone who can meet their expectations or their exorbitant prices. Damn, okay, that makes sense then. Dark Moon Fair has Scary Lore too. Oh, I have to look at that up at some point. To be fair, Scarlet Crusade was not just killing people left and right. I mean, yeah, it's more like religious zealotry. That weren't they like being led by like a dreadlord too? Like there was like a bunch of it too, isn't it? Let's see. Interesting. Damn, I didn't realize it. Yeah, so a lot of their organization basically is just very petty theft of reverse engineering of other people's goods and like reverse crafting it. Let's see. The Scary Lore is more in the comics. You know, the only Warcraft comic I read. Okay, so I've read like 2 of them. I read the Medan comic and I read the Sunwell comic. And the Sunwell comic was really good. The Medan one's kind of stupid. Like, I like Medan, but it's so bad. He's too overpowered, dude. They had to delete him from the story because Medan's just, like, too good. I'm sorry for your eyes, bro. I know. Look, man, they were very old comic books. Thieves that'll kill you if you mess with them. And not only did they betray the other clans, then they still weren't happy, and they backstabbed their own clan, too. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Very interesting. I didn't realize that was the case with them. I guess there was a lot more to these merchants than I thought. Well, damn. All right. Well, let me just do a quick time check. All right. You know what? I think that is where we're going to end off on this. So let me just jump us back over here. And let's get ready to pack it in for the night. It's like, let me just double check something real quick here. Oh yeah. 1 sec. I'm just checking here, seeing if my friend's still on. All right, cool. He is. So I know who we're rating after this. Don't worry. I just had to double check. Okay, well, let me transfer us back here. And I gotta say, yeah, thanks again for popping in here as always. I know we just got the chill music going, and I'm like super huge on screen, but that's okay. Thanks again for popping in here while I was taking a look at some Warcraft books. It's fun. I like looking at like older books like this and 3.5 stuff as always. So yeah, I gotta say, hey, you like that? Feel free to drop a follow. We're almost at our follower goal of like, what, 150? Go us. And as I mentioned, Discord server coming soon. I've been working on it along with the other things. New shorts out on the short channel, and Vod's coming out tomorrow. And yeah, schedule-wise, going to be back here tomorrow, 8 p.m. EST. We're playing some more Kingmaker. And then the next day, well, Thursday, we're going to hopefully finish Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. Gotta say, thank you again for hanging out in here. You know, shout-outs to you, Leaf. Shout-outs to you, Hawkins. And Gloria Zoe. Appreciate you. And YouTubers, thank you again for the resub.